few. And yet the space for resettlement is increasingly, shrinking. So it made me to think of, how about we reflect more on these other durable solutions, like local reintegration and voluntary repatriation. That would really do a better job. I was impressed by one of the panelists, Hadnet, when she said, it feels better going back home where there is family than going out there where of course you'll find new family. So rethinking the other durable solutions for me, stood out for me. It's something that we should think about and reflect about more. I also learned, and it dawned on me, that much as 2020 had its challenges, but 2020 also presents a number of opportunities. It's in 2020 that we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol. That's a very great thing. It's in 2020 that we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the UN Resolution 1325, which is also a very great thing. And Dr. Kabamba told us that every moving thing is moved by something else. So COVID has moved us to rethink so many things and to operate differently. For me, that stood out for me yesterday. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy and glad that you've made my work very easy. You were all active participants. It seems the human trafficking discussion. We have one hand? Okay. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Charles Santero Kamota, again is my name. I appreciate Refugee Law Project for this engagement. The first day I thought I had got it all, but yesterday was a full cocktail. I learned a lot, especially trafficking in transit, trafficking in persons, the voluntary and then the involuntary. How people live here, go abroad for greener pastures. We didn't know that this is also trafficking. And as a local government, the other day we learned on the counseling, the mental health, and my resolution was from here, I want to engage my colleagues hosting refugees with Ministry of Local Government and Finance to earmark money and create this critical position for the counselors, not the mental health counselors, but the social counselors. And even my request is that since yesterday's participants was a cocktail, in the resolutions I request that we all take note. Local government, take note. OPM, take note. Police, take note. RDC, take note. Then in the 5th conference, we give action paper on how far we have reached. Otherwise, first conference, recommendations. The second conference, the same recommendation. We are not updated on how far we have gone. And we shouldn't leave this to only Refugee Law Project. With the concerned persons in every department who is here, at least we need to start from here and make a follow-up at the end of the day, because we are discussing on the future of refugee management in the Great Lakes region. We have already identified our own problems. I was happy with the fund. You said we know our problems and we have the solutions ourselves. So this is the time for us to start moving. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's a good reminder to all of us. We all have assignments to do when we go back, and when we come back in the 5th conference, we're able to give a feedback on what we have been able to do, based on what we have picked from here, learned from here, and also go and spread the information to those who have not been able to come here. Yeah, the issue of human trafficking is complex and it can affect anybody. It is here in our society with us. And as we rightly put it, I think they still need to create awareness on this because most people don't even know. Someone might think I'm going for greener pasture, but when you reach on the other side, it's a different story. A good example is our girls, our people who go out to the Middle East hoping for greener pastures, better opportunities. But the videos that we see on social media are very depressing, very discouraging. How do we help? And you even ask yourself, what is our government doing? What are the companies who are recruiting these girls and taking them? Are they answerable? Are they accountable? Some of them are brought back in coffins. What happens? Are the families compensated? All those are questions in our minds. So I want to thank you all. We have all been very active participants, and we look forward also to another cocktail today, as in the words of the chairperson. And also for me, what I noted, mental health and psychosocial support cuts across all categories, from the time of a refugee coming in, living in the country, even as they're preparing to go for resettlement, they still need to be counseled and also prepared. Thank you very much, and we look forward to a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, for taking us through that session. And without wasting time, I will go straight away to our next panel discussion that will be chaired by Awidi Solomi. And I request her to come and take over from here.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and others. Good morning. Okay, now I can tell we're in the room. I request your permission to take off this mask since I'm at a safe distance. That way you know that it's me talking and not a recording. Thank you once again for making it here, for all who are here for day 3. For those that have just joined us, you are most welcome once again. To our participants online, Jumbo, we see you. Thank you for joining us and being here on time. As Julie has mentioned, this is day 3 of our conference. It's also the final day of us being here. And today we're going to be looking at gender just access to justice. We will be having a keynote address, and I will speak briefly about who's going to avail this keynote address to set the pace for us this morning. And following that, we will have a documentary that is an RLP production. Bail Denied is the title. We will then have 2 other persons who will speak to specific topics, and I'll be introducing them shortly. We will break off for tea. Given that we have lost about an hour, I will propose at this point that we adjust our minds to a working tea, the idea of a working tea, so that we are in position to have a good conversation and really engage in the time we have. We will then have actors within the justice, law, and order sector also on a panel. That will be what we have for this morning. Are you excited? Are you excited? I mean, this conversation is something that should excite us in the room and those who are tuning in online. So without wasting any more time, a few ground rules. Please let's maintain the SOPs. So let's keep our masks on, the sanitizer wherever you need it. Let's note down our questions and our reflections and just have those at the end of the session, the very first session. I will then ask for questions. For those online as well, we will be giving you time to ask questions. So please note down your questions or feel free to include them in the chat for those on Zoom, and we will have them. then also kindly put your phones on silent so as not to disrupt the conversations, but also the equipment we have. In the event that your phone has no silence button, feel free to long press the switch, the turn on, or take out the battery. That should do the trick. All right, we'll go straight into today's discussion. We will have our keynote address, and this will be by none other than Dr. Chris Dolan. I believe that Dr. Chris Dolan does not need an introduction, but for anyone who had doubts, let me just calm your doubts by telling you who Dr. Chris Dolan is. Dr. Chris Dolan is the director of Refugee Law Project, School of Law, Makerere University, and a visiting professor at Ulster's University's INCO and Transitional Justice Institute. He has worked extensively with refugees in South Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and also in Uganda. He has worked with ex-combatants in Mozambique, as well as with internally displaced persons in Uganda. He researches, teaches, and writes on conflict-related sexual violence. So people who have read up on conflict-related sexual violence, I'm sure when you Google that, Dr. Chris Dolan's picture and name usually is among the top 3 that pops up. He also seeks to strengthen the work with women and girls by ensuring inclusion of men and boys and LGBTI survivors. Dr. Chris is on Justice Rapid Response International roster of experts on the investigation, documentation of sexual violence. He has also contributed In the meantime, you can smile with your neighbor through the mask. Okay, we are back up. Yes, as I was saying, Dr. Chris Dolan has also contributed to the Prevention of Sexual Violence in Conflicts International Protocol, and the work he continues to do in mentoring, teaching, and encouraging young practitioners in the field or practitioners in the field that are just learning is enormous. I can't begin to describe each and every aspect of what he does in terms of mentorship. Many of us in this room have benefited, including myself, have benefited from his training, his words of wisdom, his learning from every single thing he does. For our participants online, sorry, there was a glitch. Welcome back. So to establish the basic tone and tenure and give us a rhythm of what we are going to talk about today is Dr. Chris Dolan, who I have introduced. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome Dr. Dolan to give us the keynote address. A round of applause as he walks here.
Thank you so much, Solomon, for that very kind introduction. And welcome again on behalf of Refugee Law Project to all of you here this morning, both here in the room and online. We're really exploring what does it mean to do blended work. So the title of my presentation today is From Gendered to Gender Just Access to Justice. Black Lives Matter has raised a global and increasingly an evidenced discussion about racialized justice, or more accurately, injustice. Unhappily, it remains the case, particularly but not only in America, that if you are black, you are more likely to be killed by the forces of law and order than if you are white. You're also more likely to be charged with certain crimes and to be incarcerated by the justice system, probably for longer and with less likelihood of being released on parole. At the same time, if you are a white policeman with a taste for brutalizing those of a different race, your sentence will be lighter than if you had brutalized someone of your own race in the same way. In short, access to justice is highly racialized. Would anybody contest that summary, or that very summarized description of racialized justice? I hope not, because I think it kind of captures the key point. What I want us to consider today, and what we want this panel to also reflect on, is the ways in which, just as justice and our access to it is racialized, it is also gendered. In other words, our access to justice is determined, at least in part, by our gender. Put simply, just as access to justice is different by race, it is also different by gender. As an organization for which the promotion of access to justice in general, and within refugee and forced migration settings specifically, is a core activity, the current gendered nature of access to justice is a matter of significant concern and ever-evolving exploration. My task this morning is to set out what we see as some of the key parameters in thinking our way through that, and why the current state of the current gendered access to justice situation matters for the future of refugee management, as well as for individual and social well-being more broadly. Looking first at complainants. Do women complainants get listened to in the same way as men when they go to the police, when they appear in court, when they pursue traditional conflict resolution? Do women get a proper hearing when it comes to land disputes? What about marriage and divorce? What about inheritance? How about equal opportunity and equal pay in employment? On the other hand, do men get a proper hearing when it comes to matters related to conscription to armed forces? What witness protection measures exist for male victims of sexual violence? And when we come to people who identify as LGBTQ, do they get a proper hearing on any of the above matters? I think you will probably, I hope, agree with me that the answer to all the above is almost always a resounding no. Women do not get a proper hearing on very many specific issues. Men do not get a proper hearing on other issues. LGBTQ people do not get a proper hearing on pretty much any of them. The system, the justice system, differentiates gender by gender who gets to pursue justice for which issues. What about the defendants? Are women or men more likely to get bail? We shall watch a film about that in a moment. Police bond. Will defendants, if they're male or female or LGBTQ, will they get charged with the same offense? If they are charged with the same offense, will they spend the same amount of time on remand, regardless of their gender? Will the same arrangements be put in place, regardless of whether they are a mother or a father? I'm not going to dive into the answers to those questions because my colleagues on the panel, I know, are going to give us a lot of very concrete examples of the imbalances that I'm just drawing our attention to. If we turn to the agents of justice, those entrusted with delivering justice for victims, for complainants, and for state and society more broadly, are the traditional and cultural leaders who mediate at so many disputes at village level, are they gender balanced? In the refugee setting, are the refugee welfare committees gender balanced? We know from our work, which is supported by UN Women, that they're absolutely not. And that it's not simply a matter of putting some extra female bodies onto a committee and then you have gender balance. There's a whole process involved. Agents of justice. Are the police gender balanced? Prisons. Is prisons gender balanced? Immigration. Are they gender balanced? If you arrive at a border, who is going to meet with you? Further along the process, the judiciary. Is it representative? Does it represent the full range of gender identities? How many principal judges have been female in Uganda? How many LGBTQ judges are there? Personally, I only know of one, Justice Edwin Cameron in South Africa, who's internationally recognized for his contribution to the post-apartheid settlement. And what about the legal fraternity? I mentioned this on Monday. Even the word fraternity gives us the answer. Fraternity is a brotherhood. A sorority is a sisterhood. So we talk about, generally, the phrase is the legal fraternity. So already we know the answer. The legal fraternity is dominated by men. And why don't we problematize that? Why do male lawyers, by and large, think that they will only be regarded as successful lawyers if they pursue certain avenues such as corporate law, and leave the more caring and compassionate dimensions of human rights lawyering to be taken care of by women lawyers? I think it's clear that there's a bit of an issue here when we look at the so-called gender binary. Men and women access and deliver justice differently. Their pathways are different, and their end destinations are correspondingly different. And people described as LGBTQ, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, barely have a pathway, let alone a destination in the justice systems that we know. But let me complicate it further for the purposes of our overall theme, the future of refugee management in the Great Lakes region. What is lesson number one in any gender studies course any of us has ever attended? If I were allowed to guess, I would say it is the statement that gender is a construct. It is something that society as a whole actively builds or constructs, a process in which, in one way or another, each of us individually also participates. I find it helpful to clarify what we mean by gender is constructed in terms of asking what are the building blocks out of which society constructs our gender identity. The majority of people will immediately point to biological sex and the string of characteristics that are assumed to correspond to your biological sex. Notably, there's a very widely held assumption that men are biologically stronger than women, and therefore they should do certain things and women should do other things. But it's not just biological sex. Skin color, as Black Lives Matter makes clear, your skin color makes a huge difference to what treatment you get in many situations and many societies. Religion. Are Christian men and women and Muslim men and women seen as having exactly the same model of masculinity and femininity? What about nationality? Is gender in America the same as in Britain, in Uganda, in Africa, in Europe? Sexual orientation. Are gay people with male genitalia still seen as men? Are lesbian people with female genitalia still seen as women? Do LGBTQ people, refugees, get the same treatment as heterosexual refugees? What about age? Age plays a huge role in what we expect from one another, even within our accepted gender norms. What you expect of me with my silver hair compared to what you used to expect of me when it wasn't silver yet is probably a bit different. So age and gender, and age is not static, but also our gender identity and what people expect of us by gender is not static over the course of our life trajectory. It's okay for a small boy to cry, but probably up to a certain age only, and certainly not as a grown man in very many cultures. So you can see that gender is not just about what we have between our legs. It's about all sorts of other things as well. It's the legs bit, and then another, the color, and then the religion, and the nationality, and the age, sexual orientation. All of those are very big building blocks. And to them, we can add socioeconomic status. Are rich women and men treated the same as poor women and men when it comes to justice? And for the purposes of our discussion, the status of being a forced migrant. Are forced migrants treated exactly the same as citizens, whether male or female, whether complainants or defendants? So if we understand that gender is constructed and that it looks different depending on which building blocks we've used and at different points in our lives, then we begin to see that for gender-just access to justice, we have to pay attention to and then ensure that we do not allow it to bias us very many different dimensions of a person's identity. Why does our capacity to both see the gender differences and then to make sure that they do not result in gender bias, why does that matter so much? I just have a number of suggestions, and I imagine there are further reasons why it matters, and I hope that they will come out in our discussions. One is just the basic principle of justice as fairness, and that we enjoy equal treatment in the eyes of the law. In a more utilitarian way, there are very high costs associated with the biases that we have in the system as it stands. There are high costs to individuals, and then there are direct ripples. Those costs ripple outwards from the individual who is caught in a gendered justice system to his or her family, and then into their community and beyond. And that's just while a justice process is ongoing. In the longer term, we can see how the impact of a gendered justice system that is not functioning very optimally can then result in a lot of other issues. Widespread mental health challenges, learning difficulties. Imagine those kids whose parents are locked up for indefinite periods of time, who are unable to pay school fees, and they lose their place in the system. They delay. Maybe they never get back in. That's what I mean by learning difficulties. Poverty-related criminality. Your parents are locked up for indefinite periods. We've heard about this in day one. What do? You go on the street, because that's the only way you can get some money. At a more systemic level, what is the cost of the loss of credibility of the formal justice sector? And tied to that, a loss of faith in the whole governance system of a country. If the justice system does not work in a fair way, do you believe in any other part of the governance system? I think personally that there is a, it's like a domino effect. And the justice system is right at the heart of that. So if that bit, the domino falls, many other bits fall as well. And the messaging. Does it matter if the message of current practice is that each individual's chances within the legal system are largely defined by their gender? Does it matter if the message of the current practice is that each individual's chances within the legal system are largely defined by their gender? And I would suggest that we at least need to entertain the idea that it does. In conclusion, what I believe we shall uncover this morning is that access to justice is profoundly gendered. It's the very opposite of gender just. It is not gender justice, it is not gender just for complainants, nor is it gender just for defendants. What we shall also learn, I think, is that our justice institutions, and I'm not just talking about Uganda here, but our justice institutions are profoundly shaped by the gender norms of our societies. That's why we have more male police, more male judges, more men pursuing corporate law, more women pursuing human rights and refugee law. That's a reflection of gender norms. And that, in turn, we shall see that the institutions of justice consolidate and perpetuate those very unequal gender norms. When you deny justice to a widow who has had the property she lived on for years while married stolen from under her feet by her male in-laws upon the death of their brother, you're perpetuating an entire gender structure, an entire set of gender norms. When you scoff or laugh at the man who tries to complain to police about being the victim of intimate partner violence, you're not just perpetuating stereotypes of male invulnerability, you're also perpetuating the notion that women have no agency to harm other people. In other words, gender norms construct institutions, and then in a kind of cyclical way, those institutions consolidate and perpetuate the norms that gave birth to them in the first place. What I hope and believe our discussion will bring home to us is that gender just justice is not simply the outcome in court. It is not simply the verdict or the ruling that is delivered. It's the whole process. It's the whole process from a person's initial decision about whether or not to even try and pursue a matter, whether that be through cultural systems, through alternative dispute resolution, or the courts. It's from that, it's to how these systems listen or do not listen, to how they handle the person while the process takes its course, to the impact that handling has on those associated with the immediate parties to a case. And finally, why this all matters is that if we don't break that cycle of norms constructing institutions that in turn consolidate norms, we shall never arrive at gender-just access to justice. And while we fail to have justice, we shall fail to have peace. And while we fail to have peace, we shall continue to have refugees. The future of refugee management, in short, and particularly the prevention of refugee flows and the possibility of repatriation, which we talked about extensively, cannot be looked at without putting the discussion about gender just and gendered justice right at the center of our thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chris, for that keynote address. And looking around the room, a glance around the room, it was clear that there was a lot of reflection happening, questions, things we've, I think, just looked at and thought, this is it, and not questioned. It was clear that we are, questioning certain things we've seen, certain things we've been a part of. And I'd really encourage you that that is the spirit for today, questioning what it is we know when we see certain things happening. Is that how it should be, or have we internalized something like that? Would like to invite the Media for Social Change to set up the documentary we are going to be watching. This documentary is a production of Refugee Law Project. It's entitled Bail Denied, and it will usher in one of our panelists, Mbabazi Peace, who is from Refugee Law Project. Maybe I'll go straight, I'll tell you a little bit about Peace, and then immediately after the documentary, Peace will step right in and take on the discussion. So Peace Mbabazi is a lawyer with Refugee Law Project, and she works at the Kiriandongo field office. She is a seasoned lawyer, a human rights defender, a climate change activist. She's very passionate about refugees and migration within the region and beyond. Peace, among her colleagues, is someone who sets trends. So it is only fair to say she's a trailblazer in her own right. And you will see this from the work that she will be presenting. Peace will speak to us about gender justice and experience sharing from RLP statistics, really building on and onto what Dr. Chris shared with us in the tone that he set for this session. I would, so the documentary is ready. Please enjoy.
If a refugee was granted cash bail of 1 million, I don't think it's really too much.
gushyikirizwa mu ikote tugeze mu ikote ubwo duhita tujyanwa muri prison. Bamaze kutujyana muri prison tubamo bakomeza kudutera za rimanda nyinshi cyane uburyo rimanda twayimazeho umwaka n'amezi abiri.
While some judicial officers have granted bail to refugees, the majority insist on sureties being Ugandan, despite the fact that many host communities are highly suspicious of and reluctant to associate with refugees.
Bo bagiye kutubwira baratubwira batapana impunzi ntigira emeze nk'idafite aderesi. Ati ntabwo dushobora kwikiriza ko impunzi zihagarara mugenzi wayo kubera uko mushobora no kugera hanze mukaba mwabura gutyo ukaburana na wa wundi wakugize gute wakwemereye. Bakadusaba ngo tuzane abataka tugasanga rero nta mutaka.
Are poor and cannot afford cash bail, which is usually high.
Bageze batwaka
miliyoni zo kuduhagarara z'ubwema, miliyoni bisanga tutayibona, ubwo tuyibuze tugira dute dukomeza kuburana tuba muri gereza aho ngaho.
We may look at the offense and say, fine, okay, let him deposit 2-3 million, depending on the seriousness of the case. But we also put another provision that in case you fail to produce this person as and when required in court, that is, if that person runs away. So we come to you, the surety, and ask you, now you pay us this amount of money. So you pay.
To be granted bail, the applicant must also prove that he or she has a fixed place overboard. Some judicial officers have argued that a refugee settlement is not a fixed place overboard. The reality, however, is that many refugees have lived in the settlements for many years.
When we look at the refugees, they're usually in between countries. Some are always back and forth. Today they're in Congo, tomorrow they're in Uganda. You can't ascertain where they will be tomorrow. So we're a little bit hesitant to grant them bail.
A person you've just arrested on the street and whom you don't know where they reside, how are you going to trace this person if he's released on bail? So we ask them at times to get us letters from their local council chairperson. And the letter usually says, I know this person, he's a good resident, law-abiding, only that this time he just found himself on the wrong side of the law. That kind of letter gives us a lot of assurance that this person, in case of anything, we know where to find them.
As OPM, we've had circumstances whereby we assist refugees get bail, we assist refugees get out of prison by providing letters indicating that this person is known to the office of the Prime Minister. And our commandants have done this in a number of settlements that are down there.
I would need a family attestation, a letter from the Prime Minister's office proving that actually this person is a refugee. They also who disguise as refugees when in actual sense they are not.
In making a determination on an application for bail by refugees, judicial officers are required to exercise their discretion judiciously.
But you see, if you have committed an offense that is very serious, for instance, murder, if you are found guilty, we still have the death penalty on our books of law in this country, Uganda. It could be a death penalty for you. So when the person weighs this, he says, look, I've been released on bail, but for sure when I look at the evidence that there is out there, I mean, I will just be convicted and sentenced to death. They can easily get tempted to disappear and you will never see them again.
There are certain considerations that a court has to take into account before bail is granted. For example, the nature of the offense and the severity of punishment that a person is likely to suffer if they are found guilty, and whether they will interfere with witnesses or not.
I would wonder how a judge or magistrate in this matter, where there is meant to be bail to be paid, and probably there is a prescribed amount of money, will selectively give the refugee lesser money as compared to what is provided for. However, I would encourage that the judicial officers use this judicial discretion to see that bail is given to the refugees.
While the provisions on bail are not discriminatory, equal application of the law to different categories of people creates indirect discrimination.
When the law is applied equally or across board, you're using the same lens to look at different categories of persons. For example, the law says provide substantial sureties. So the refugees will get the persons they consider substantial enough to represent them and to even stand in for them, who will obviously, and in most cases, be family members and friends, and usually refugees themselves. The same thing that a national will do. But in this case, the magistrate or the judge will inquire more about, but the person that you have brought to stand in for you is a refugee. They are just like you. Most probably, once we have granted bail, you will leave jurisdiction. You will cross back to your country. Again, at that point, we see the same provision of the law. When you look at how it is being applied, it creates a disadvantage to the refugees.
It's a question of looking at the circumstances of each case. So we cannot now say, since they are vulnerable, they must have some waiver or sort. So the law must be interpreted similarly to as it applies to other citizens of the community. But we are aware, as judicial officers, we are cognizant that these are vulnerable group who don't have the means of sustenance, who don't have the fixed places of abode, and some of the considerations we do take into account in granting. But there must be one determinant. As long as we have the assurance that they will turn up, I think they are entitled to bail.
Refugees who are denied bail are remanded to prison for long periods of time, with negative impacts on their mental well-being, particularly where conditions are poor.
Inkoni zo zonyine ziba zirimo ugera mu gihome bakakwereka ku rukuta bati ni umutwaro w'akantu waba utawufite ukikiriza hasi bakagutera inki kugeza igihe baruhiye. Twaryaga rimwe ku munsi tukazongera kurya nk'ejo saa 9 z'amanywa. Imara kuyigeramo nitegereje iyo gereza ni akantu gafite metero, ako badushyizemo ni akantu gafite metero 6 kuri 5, agezemo nsangamo abasibe 57. Ni kuvuga ngo haba harimo ngo imyanya bita ikizungu nyine iba yarashyizweho n'abayobozi ba gereza babasibe. Uwo mwanya bita ikizungu ryamamo abantu nk'8. Usanga n'ubundi umuntu witwa impunzi afashwe nabi, afatwa nabi.
Where the detainee is the family breadwinner, these long periods on remand also make it impossible to fend for their family.
Hari utekereza kwiyahura bikakunanira, utubwana bwanjye ndaba mbusize he, ndabisigiye umurage we cyangwa burabaho bute, ukareba ibiro bikabishobora.
Ubwo ariko tugemura twanagerayo nabwo hariya nyine bibari bikomeye, hakaba higiye batubuza no kwinjira ngo tumugemure tukirirwa duhagaze, ugasanga mbega ni ibintu by'imiserero.
Refugees operate within the same economy and social structure like all Ugandans. But that does not mean that it's fair that they stay on remand for long. But it's a general structural problem which you and I should be addressing and bring to the fore, and try to advocate for quick resolution of some of these cases.
If there is an application made by a refugee and the people in charge of the refugees that's in their camps come in and say, look, this person is staying in our camp, we know everything about him. If he's to make any move out of this country, it's us even to determine. We know when it should be. This person will never leave the country without your notice.
Court should weigh the circumstances of each case. And in this case, we are looking at refugees who don't have a source of income. They depend on rations by UNHCR, food rations. You cannot expect a refugee to be having to raise 1 million shillings for bail.
We have to do a lot of sensitization to all these public officers and public officers for them to understand who a refugee is. We need to tell them that refugee protection is a humane or a humanitarian act. And when it comes to that, it requires you to have what they call some discretion of sorts, with not necessarily compromising the law.
Nuko yadushyiriraho gahunda yo kudufasha, ikadufasha mu byerekeranye n'abantu bafunzwe, bakajya baduhagararira batadushyiriyeho za cash bail za miliyoni, n'ibyo byose niyo meshaje naba.
Impunzi zimerewe nabi cyane, iragera muri gereza ikabura gikurikirana. Nubwo ikitiyamba n'ukoro ya agezaho ari kumuramuza akamwangira, mbega ubwo ari kumuramuza ariko uro yagezaho ububuranira impunzi agezaho rubanda ariko muramiza kandi akatubera iki.
Thank you so much to the media team for that. I intentionally let those last words go up so you could see who had put work into this documentary. Thank you to the team. Okay, thank you. So watching this documentary, it really shows challenges within the justice system, the challenges in accessing bail for our refugee clients, but also I think towards the end, the work that Refugee Law Project does in providing both direct and indirect legal aid and legal aid assistance to our clients has meant that we have interfaced with certain statistics, looking at having more and more of a specific gender, engaging with the formal system, and others engaging with more indirect systems and forums for justice. You don't have to take my word for it. Peace is going to be sharing with you what the statistics are, what we are seeing, and I hope that following this discussion, as well as with the reflection and the background knowledge of what Dr. Chris shared in terms of what really is just. Does it work fairly for everyone based on certain blocks that we have internalized, we have been taught? What does that mean for justice? So Peace, you're welcome. Like I mentioned, Peace is a trailblazer in her own right and very passionate about the issues we are discussing. So for all of you who are joining us on Zoom, enjoy.
Thank you, Salome. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. You're still reflecting about the video, right? Deeply troubled. I hope I do not trouble you once more. I am going to make a disclaimer before I begin. This presentation that I'm going to make in the next minutes does not disregard the need for accountability for criminality or when wrongs have been committed. So I am going to be speaking about what we see happening, and we're going to make sense of some of these things that we see happening out there, and then further from there, we shall make some recommendations from this room. Dr. Chris, thank you for the it really grounds what I'm going to speak about. And this video also actually does ground everything that I'm going to speak about. We could just see from the law that the law clearly thinks or imagines that we are all equal. And basically from the video we've just seen, the law has an assumption that we are equal, we are the same, men and women, children, the LGBTI are the same. But what I'm just going to describe later is that we're actually not the same, and the justice system actually treats us very differently. And it plays throughout the institutions, our social beings, our social aspirations, and generally the communities. Starting from the families where we begin from, I want us to make it more practical. So in the families where we come from, who is responsible for security? Normally, who is responsible for security in our homes? The dad, the men, the brothers, right? And then this definitely gets into our institutions. And who gets into police? Who runs to be recruited in the police? And then who goes into the judiciary? Who goes into the prisons? It is a little of advocacy that has been done in the past few years that we see some women get into these institutions. But generally, like Chris put it right, that our families, our aspirations, and our gender beings are greatly informed by the gender constructions and the blocks that have been built around us. Thank you. So when it comes to gender in this country, I can tell you, and for many of you that are here, I do not want to speak as though I am an expert of gender. I know we know these things. This is quite a reminder. And then to make some few recommendations here and there. So we have quite a number of policies, both at the international level and at the national level, and they include all of those. And because of time, I will not elucidate quite a lot on them. But I will draw most importantly on these two. We have the 2003 Access to Justice Strategy of the Judiciary, and as well as the national gender policy. And it is all skewed towards women, okay? So looking at our statistics, I will draw my attention to 2 years, the year of 2018 and the year of 2019. And whom did we see coming for legal advice at Refugee Law Project? Looking at the graphs before us, you realize in 2019, we had more men come for legal advice. And this all has an implication. We had less women come for legal advice. But then when it came to alternative dispute resolution, while we had more men in 2019 and 20 women, and rather 2018, in 2017, the slide that is not here, we found that we had more women. The opposite was actually true, that more women and more men came, rather more women came for legal advice and ADR, and we started to think, the discussion started at RLP, why are we having women come for alternative dispute resolution and very few women and very few men? Why are then very few men coming for legal advice? Don't they have any legal problems? And we started to change our methodology in our awareness raising and in all those spaces that we work. So in 2018 and 2019, we started to see this increase. What had happened? Did it mean that in only 2018 and 2019, men got legal problems? No, they had always had legal problems. They had always had legal challenges, but the gender construction of who comes for advice was so challenging for them to have these spaces. So we created the spaces, and we started to see the narrative changing. Let's go quickly to court. Who did we represent in court? So, and rather before I, so. Right, so whom did we represent at court? 90% of our clients in 2019 were male, while the opposite gender, just 10% were female. You will realize that in my statistics, I don't have the other gender that Chris talked about. And because the spaces for this will come out clear later, that the spaces for the other gender to bring out their legal issues, to bring out their problems is actually not there, and that's why they are not shown in these graphs. So when you look at our statistics at RLP 2019, I picked the other information from the annual police report of 2019 as well. If you look at the 7% female for the whole country, in RLP we are in quite about 12 districts. So this information that I am displaying is for the 12 districts, and police has for the whole country. So a 7% for a whole country and a 10% for just the 12 districts that we're in, for me, is not so different. Still, the dominant gender or sex is the male. And then those were the people detained in the cells that are suspected of crime. Okay. And what is the implication? Now, while we had more men suspected of having committed crime, when you look at the next, that I picked from the report from police as well, then who are the victims? And this is where I want us to draw our thoughts, our food for thought. Who are the victims of crime? 65% of the victims of crime were actually male. And then what does this tell us as RLP and the stakeholders here and other people online watching? I know in the morning when I was here and people were making their introductions, I learned that quite a number of them are from the justice institutions, from police, from prisons, and human rights institutions. So this is very interesting then. Who is the victim of crime? But then who is the offender? Most times, including maybe some of us, being male, the immediate thing, you are a probable offender. And therefore once reported at the police. And this is what we see in our police stations, that there are, not in all of them, but in some of them, there are no facilities, cells for women, because our gendered thinking, our construction is that perhaps women do not commit crime, but even when they do, we are so quick, we are so fair to women to let go. It is so easy, but for men, the cells are there, the structures are there at the police station. And so you see, the multiple effect that Dr. Chris, who set this presentation, does come through. And how do we help this gender? Who are for starters, in the beginning, the victims, seen as the victims, rather as the offenders, rather than usually the victims. So I put up a few things. When you look at the SGBV sessions that are going on, credit to them. And they are, for crying out loud and for all intents and purposes, they are reducing the congestion and reducing case backlog. But whom are they targeting? While they are thought to assist the victims, who are usually female, victims of sexual violence, when I'm talking about the SGBV sessions that are currently happening throughout the country. When we internalize further into these statistics, for the man that was arrested about 2-3 years ago, that has been in prison and was charged with an offense, and maybe to make it clear, what are these SGBV cases? Apart from rape and defilement, there are quite a number of them. Quite a number of them, yeah? So, in most cases, in courts, the women will be the victims. And these men, the men, will be in prison for all these years waiting for justice. So when finally these sessions have come, like I said, I don't want to discredit their role in reducing case backlog. But then, who has been the victim for all these very many years this person has been in prison, okay? Let's look at the definition of rape. I know our country has done a tremendous job in amending some of these acts. For instance, we recently had an amendment on the definition of defilement to include boys as victims of defilement. But then, looking at the people we work with, does it mean that men cannot be raped? They can, and for that resounding yes, they can. Then why don't we have a definition for rape, for victims of rape as men? Then I talked about the question of the holding facilities. For some police stations, for some police posts, let me talk about the bucket system at some of our police posts. And the congestion that does happen in our police posts. What does it do to a crowded cell where we have so many men using one bucket for those so many days, for more than 48 hours, for sometimes 2 weeks, for sometimes even a month? What does it do to such a person once they are out, but even when they are still in? We have very good guidelines on the examination of a victim of sexual violence when they are a woman. But then we actually do not have the same guidelines when it comes to the examination of a man. And this is just the icing, this is just the little, but it is quite enormous. So let's go to our very own prisons. When we do conduct detention monitoring, just like the video did elucidate, and I'll speak specifically for the prisons around Masindi and Kiriandongo. In the months between January and April 2019, we visited Masindi Government Prison, we visited the prison, the women's section, we visited Kiriandongo Prison, Government Prison, Chigumba, Ihungu, the remand home. We also visited Isimba and among many others in the region. What did we find? We found that actually the total, looking at the percentage of all the people that were detained there, 97% of them were men. And only 3% of them were women. So for me, and this is not to say that women do not commit crime, but what does it speak about our justice system? And this is not so different from the 4.5% of women that were found in all the prisons in the whole country for the year 2019. So when we visited, you could actually find that there were very decent and quite modest facilities for women. There were decars where women had their cosmetics, the place was quite decent. And it was, I cannot say it was the best for the cells when it came to the female facilities, but it was quite decent and not very degrading, like on the other hand. When you went to the facilities, you would actually find that this space that I am standing in is shared by 2 adults. And once a person sleeps on one side, they will maintain that same position until the next day. What are the impacts? And remember, for most time, if we were to bring the statistics, a person is innocent until proven guilty. This person is still innocent. They have not been found guilty. And even when they were guilty, a detention facility is supposed to be a punishment, is a punishment in itself. It should not just be, there should not be more punishments besides being detained, sleeping in one position the whole time. So then, after displaying all those statistics, and I'm very sure they're playing into your minds, then what is the gender question? While I would want to speak about physical access, financial access, and how all those relate to the question of gender and gender construction, I would want to relate more with the procedural access. Now, let's look at a point when a person reports an offense being committed or a crime at police. Let's look at an ordinary police station, maybe in Katwe, maybe in Kiriandongo, and anywhere else. You will find more men. And like we said that, like I said in the beginning, that security, it is easier for a woman to report than a man reporting to another man, because the way we have been constructed is that a man should be in charge of their own security. They shouldn't be seen reporting to another man. And that's why you find that there are lesser men reporting these cases, and actually some of them suffering as victims and not being assisted. And then, and all those structural challenges. Because of time. Next. So now, I'll just look at a few other items. I'm glad OPM is here. And let us not only look at justice in the lens of police and prisons and the judiciary, etc. Let's look at, for instance, the attestation card. The attestation card is a family attestation card. It does describe who is a member of that family. And for most times, when there is no ID, the family will use that as the identity. Now, if a person has moved with it, for instance, to Kampala. And we all know the quality of these attestation cards, that sometimes the faces are not very visible, etc. So, for instance, if a person moves with the original attestation card and leaves maybe, that is if the case, they leave a photocopy behind. Perhaps it is the man that has moved with the attestation card. And this is the same card that is needed maybe for bail, like we have heard. What is then the recourse for other family members if it is needed for something else and the photocopy is not very clear? And then this attestation card is usually held by the family household head, who in most cases, looking at the statistics of UNHCR, we have 80% women, and of those 80% women, they will usually be the household heads. Now, means that the man does not have an attestation card to move with. These are some of the challenges that we find, that when we are going to apply for bail, this document is not available. Sometimes the women hold on it. And it has been used in sometimes, not for most cases, as a use to violate the rights of another person who does not have access to it. When we look at access to maybe financial services, recently we had an organization in Kiriandongo that was giving money, and this money was given to a household head who has the household, the attestation card, and who received this money, etc. So all these things, we just had a discussion on bail. I don't need to talk about it. We've had a discussion on detention, but to wrap it all, who suffers most? And at RLP, we do not want to see a contestation for which gender enjoys what. But when we go back to the drawing board, when we go back, actually, when this man has been taken to prison, when this person is in the police cells, we saw a lady trying to say that she tried to access the detention facilities to take her husband food. So when our system that is not so straight takes away the rights of that person, actually we have found that the women and children and other people in the family actually suffer most. And there is a ripple effect on the denial of justice for so many of the people that remain at home, and not just the man. Quickly. So looking at the barriers, for instance, when we look at dispute resolution and the implication, it is highly impacted by stereotypes. And some men will definitely shy away from ADR, because who conducts ADR? When we look at for those that understand the refugee management, the RACs, who then makes a composition of the RAC systems? Who makes the composition of the LC system? That the men will shy away from going there for ADR. And then for implications for women, the system generally upholds a patriarchal value, which is to the detriment of women as well. Poverty, gender-biased laws, I spoke to them earlier on, and then the gender stereotypes, that for the most of the assumption, a man is seen as the offender, as the criminal, for starters. And then this leads into who is denied bail. This leads into who is denied bond at the police station. And then what are my recommendations? That if we could just apply the law as it is, to be used as a just knife, and not to look at particular gender. We pray that, my honest appeal is that if we could have a just system, not a gendered system, that sees people differently, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, and etc., if we could just use the law as a just knife to cut everything that there is in the way it is supposed to, without putting those stereotypes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Peace, for that eye-opening presentation. I'm sure a number of us were looking at the statistics in disbelief. From our participants who are online, there's a comment that I must read for you at this point in time. One participant has said, in 2019, I called police CID reporting about a woman who was threatening to hurt me. The reply was, how can a woman hurt you? Are you not a man? I felt unattended to and hurt more. This is one of our participants who's online, speaking to some of the notions that we have internalized about who is who, but also looking at the statistics that Peace has presented here from the work that we have done as Refugee Law Project and that we continue to do. What we see, listening to the statistics, is it to say that there is a certain gender that is, born with intent to commit crime? Is it to say that there is an ideal victim, an ideal perpetrator? Those are some of the questions that these kind of statistics, puts in our minds. I know that we do have questions and comments. Please note them down. I would like our other panelists to speak before we sort of take questions, feedback, and then we will have a working tea. But before I introduce him and before I welcome him, I would like to ask Mary Kampogo to come and, in a minute, share with us what some of the needs, psychosocial needs we have in this room and how we can access support if we need to. Mary, you're welcome.
Thank you, Salome. Good morning, everyone. How did we feel after watching this and listening to Peace talk about the situation in prison and for both men and women? How did you feel?
Okay, I felt very uncomfortable with that information. It was unsettling.
Yes, how did you feel? Please, just shoot your hand up and tell us how you felt.
Thank you, Mary. I feel frustrated with everything. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, there's a hand up here, Apollo. Right here.
Yes, I think all of us probably in the room share the frustration, and we can see the identification of the problem. But I can also say, for me, there's a grain of thankfulness within that when watching the video, because I think it also puts very clearly a pointer to a real problem in a very specific way. And you have many voices in there speaking around this same problem from different angles. And I think that is, to me, what characterizes a starting point for identifying solutions. So for that aspect, I can be thankful as well, within recognizing the suffering and the pain that is caused by this problem. So thank you for that.
Thank you. One hand behind, and then I think I'll take it back.
I feel a bit guilty because, we do see men as the perpetrators and women as the victims. Maybe like my way of thinking changed a bit. Like, look at, before I saw that if a man and a woman came to me as victims, I may have more sympathy for the woman, which is really wrong. So I feel a bit guilty, and we really should shift the way we view things and really apply equality to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Well, the reason why we thought as a team that we need to process this is because when we watch such and listen to people talking about painful stories, on Monday I hinted on it, that human beings, we are psychosocial in nature. We feel hurt, we feel happy, we feel thankful, we appreciate. Sometimes the feelings help us to act in the right way. Sometimes they make us act in a wrong way. That is who we are as human beings. But why we wanted to process this is not to leave you with those feelings, because when we share them, then we are able to think better about situations. Thank you very much. And lastly, when we hear painful stories, sometimes we get emotional and even sometimes cry. And it's very normal and human and healthy to cry. When usually people break down and cry, we get scared. But the truth is that we sometimes cry. And all we can do is to support one another. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. From that small reflection, I had frustration, guilt. Guilt is, in this case, is good. Frustration is also good because it means that we are starting to question some of what we've known and to question what we see around us. In response to the documentary, a participant online, is proposing. On day one, he says, on day one, Dr. Biarohanga from OPM reiterated that refugees should have a home, in brackets, settlement where they are registered. How about considering that home a fixed place of abode? So also a view that actually the settlements is a settlement to amount to a home, which should be then considered in issues of granting of bail. So that's something that has also come from one of our participants online. Also to our participants online, in the event that you feel you need support, we have psychosocial support available online. So just text the administrator and one of our counselors will be in touch with you. So I'd like to move on to Dr. Adrian Juko, who will be taking us on, speaking to the topic, Beyond Presumed Vulnerabilities of Women and Children in Administering Justice for Forced Migrants. Dr. Adrian Juko is a Ugandan human rights lawyer, a researcher, and an activist with over 12 years' experience. He's the founder and executive director of Human Rights Awareness and Promotion Forum, which many of us may know as HIRAF, an organization that operates the only specialized legal aid clinic for LGBTI persons in Uganda. They also have a legal aid clinic currently in Bidibidi settlement. Dr. Adrian is a protege of Dr. Chris, I must say. And this brings me to the 2012 when with the coalition, the Civil Society Coalition on Human Rights and Constitutional Law, chaired by Dr. Chris Dolan and coordinated by Adrian, RLP was awarded the United States Human Rights Defenders Award as part of the Civil Society Coalition. This coalition was the coalition that really tore down the Anti-Homosexuality Act that was nullified in court. So this was the team behind it. Like I mentioned, Dr. Chris has mentored many. And I think you can see that the panel today is really Dr. Chris and various proteges. Dr. Adrian is also a Mandela Washington Fellow, 2018. He was the first runner-up for the European Union's Human Rights Defenders Award, 2017. And he was also awarded the Vera Chirua Award in 2016 in recognition for his work on enabling access for LGBTI persons to Uganda's Equal Opportunities Commission. I would like to invite Dr. Adrian to come forward. Please, a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That didn't sound like me. So I thought we were introducing someone else, but apparently, well, it seems to be me. Good morning. How are we? Are we happy? Yes, that's a good thing. So coming after the other presentations is never easy. Dr. Chris started out with a very beautiful setting of the picture of what happens when people are othered, okay? Others, other people, when you're not counted as part of those who should count. And that's very critical. And we've seen the video on bail, and that really touched me a lot because I come from an area of work where also the same challenges are met. The LGBT sector also meets exactly the same challenges, just like refugees. And that shows you the different intersections that we have, all of us as human beings. There are some people who are refugees. At the same time, they are also LGBTI. They are also sex workers. There are also so many other things. It's not just one. It's not just a one issue. We are not one issue people. We are multiple issues. We have different issues that concern us. As they introduced me, my work deals with access to justice for marginalized persons. So LGBTI persons, refugees, sex workers, drug users, and all the others that are seen in Uganda as controversial, okay, or as unacceptable. I'm going to make a comparison between forced migration, between refugees and LGBT persons and sex workers and drug users. If you come to think about it, LGBT persons, sex workers, drug users are also forced migrants. The expert Chris may not agree, or maybe he may agree, but if you come to think of it, many LGBTI people, many sex workers, many drug users do not stay in the areas where they are known, where they were born. And what's the reason? As soon as you identify as LGBT, you are kicked out of your own society. If they don't kick you out, you kick yourself out because as a result of what they have done to you. If you're a sex worker, there are very few sex workers that do sell sex from the areas where they come from. Same thing with drug users. Many of them are forced to leave the premises, the places where they were born, to other places. So we are all forced migrants in many different ways. So then what happens to these persons in the justice system? So I want to compare. They told you we run a gay clinic in Bidibidi camp, mainly working on sexual and gender-based violence. Last year, between July 2019 and May 2020, that's last year and this year, we documented 34 cases of GBV from the Bolomon area in Bidibidi refugee camp. Most of these cases were, of course, physical violence, about 50%. There are many cases of sexual violence and other forms of violence. If you come to think of it, how many of these cases actually ever made it through the formal justice system? About 7. All right? 7 cases went through the criminal justice system. Now, these cases are criminal offenses. Out of 34, only 7 make it through the criminal justice system, and that is cases taken on by the police, not even fully investigated and completed. About 2 cases were completed, also not very satisfactory. Now, let us think about KPs. Here I've published a KP violations report for the year 2019, and this is what we found. We found that there were about 242 violations against key populations arising from 111 cases. Of these violations, 91 were against people who use and inject drugs, and these were in 15 cases. 83 of these cases were about concerned sex workers, and these were in 41 different cases. And then 68 of these violations affected men who have sex with men and transgender persons, and these were in 55 different cases. So what we see is that these may be just statistics, but also behind the statistics are people. Many of these people do not access justice because many of them are fearing to come out and speak. Many of them, because of the issues that have been raised before, fear to go and report. And also many of them know that when they report, they'll be treated like they are non-people, they are non-entities. In many cases, when the police are reported to, cases of violence against LGBT people, for example, or sex workers, the first thing the police does is to pick them up and arrest them for being gay or for being a sex worker. I've come to report a case of violence against me by my client because I'm a sex worker. You pick me up, first ask, oh, what are you again? Sex worker? That's a criminal offense. You put him in jail. You expect me to come again and report my cases to you. That will not happen. So many people don't actually get report. The few that get report, you've seen that, you had the statistics, you've had the cases, and how they are affected. Surprisingly, most of the violations committed against LGBT people, against sex workers, against drug users, are committed by state actors. Now, we are talking about access to justice. We are talking about the police being the topmost violator of human rights of these people. Where are you going to report? When the police that's supposed to protect you is the one that's violating you, where do you report the police? To the Professional Standards Unit of the Uganda Police Force. What happens when you go there? There are police officers who are supposed to protect you against other police officers. We've taken many cases before that institution. Many of them never see the light of day. We understand professional courtesy, professionalism and all that. So these cases, basically, many people don't bother reporting. When they report, they don't usually get much justice coming out of this. Again, the video. What does it mean for an LGBT person who has been arrested? What does it mean for a sex worker who has been arrested? Every Saturday for the past few weekends, I've been standing right here where I'm standing every Saturday, and I'll do this Saturday again, engaging magistrates about what they see as normal practice in their own courtrooms about LGBT people. They ask me, how do we tell someone is LGBT? And what do you want us to do about it? Everyone is equal before and under the law, so we treat them just like any other person. I tell them, no, you don't treat them like just like any other person. You treat them different, even though you think you are doing justice the way it is. I told them, the first reason why these people are coming to you is not because they have committed any crime, it's because they have been picked out for being gay. That's usually the reason why they are before you. And if you don't see it, because for you see the charge being COVID-19, what is it called? Doing a negligent act like a spread infection of disease is the charge on your charge sheet. What has the person done? All right? The person is selling sex at a time when there are COVID-19 restrictions. What are they going to eat? What have you provided? If you look at the examples in Kawempe, for example, during COVID-19, sex workers were not given food. No one even thought about LGBT people. And then you think sex workers do not go and work. They are certainly going to go and work, and you're going to pick them up and charge them with doing a negligent act like to spread infection of disease. I had a case at the beginning of the lockdown. 23 youth were picked up from a house in Chengera Town Council for doing a negligent thing like it caused infection of disease. When you look at the video of the arrest, they are telling them you are gay, you are homosexuals, but then they charge them officially for being more than 20 people in a house. Now, my own house has 18 people, by the way. No one has ever picked me up. So it's not an offense. Museveni told us, stay home during COVID-19. He didn't tell us to, don't stay home when you are more than or whatever number. He didn't give a number. This is why we are picked up, and that's the official reason. The truth is, we don't get picked up in Uganda for being men in a house. They're picking you up because you are gay. That's all. But the charge sheet was very clear, COVID-19. They were remanded to prison for 50 days, suffering gross and immense violations while in detention. One of the things that they suffered was torture. I'm glad the prisons authorities are here. One of them, at least one of them, got burnt by a prison's warder with a piece of burning wood. They told them, go to the kitchen, get me a piece of burning wood, and I will teach these homosexuals how hot things can get. They told the homosexual, in quotes, remove your trousers. And then they poked this burning stick of wood between their legs. All right? This is a human being. And the offense is, you are gay. And this happens almost routinely. The day we gained access to these clients because prisons wasn't allowing us access, we had to go to court and get a court order. We saw them after 42 days. They were beaten in front of us, the lawyers who had come to see them. These things of you, hurry, with a black wire, they're called what? Solido. Beating them with solidos. Everyone knows they are gay in prison, and they're not given any protection whatsoever. And this is what happens every single day. I want us to think of other things. What I was saying, the magistrates here. The charge of personation for transgender people. We are talking about gender before. When they bring someone on a charge of personation, when you read it in the law, personation is impersonating another person dead or alive. Now, a transgender person who is supposed to be male, and I'm using supposed in quotes, supposed to be male, is seen dressed as a female, and they are arrested for personation. Is that personation? Who are they impersonating? Who is that other person they are becoming? It's themselves. You see, I am the person, so I'm not personating anyone else. Such charges are preferred every single day, but it's because of discrimination. Then detention facilities. Who has ever seen a detention facility in Uganda for transgender people? Where do you put them? Someone born with male genitalia, for example, who now presents as a woman. Which cell do you put them in? We train the police. The police always asks me, what do you want us to do? I ask them, how many transgender people do you get per year? Sometimes one, sometimes none. I'm like, then if it's sometimes one or sometimes none, can't you find another place beyond the cells where you can put them for that short period of time, even if we don't have special cells? If you put them in the male cell, they're going to be abused. If you put them in the female cell, they don't identify as female. So all these are issues that come up in the justice system, and we just don't care. Bail. The video talked about it. What's the bail for an LGBT person? Substantial sureties. Who is the substantial surety for an LGBT person? Your mother, your father, the president, the MP. Are they going to come and be surety for you when you are LGBT? They won't. And what does that mean if they don't come and be sureties for you? You are not going to get out of jail. One day we got bail for someone. All right? And for 2 weeks, we failed to get them out of prison because they didn't have substantial sureties. We asked the magistrate, allow us to only present one because at least the father had eventually come up and said, my son, I'll be there for him. And then the next thing was, the magistrate allowed one person. Then the next thing was LC later. The LC said, in the Siwandi Kirabasiyazi Balua, I don't write letters for homosexuals. We had to go and ask the magistrate to give us armed policemen to force the LC person to write the letter. The third thing was a passport photo. Prison can't allow you to take the photo in prison. There is no passport photo anywhere. We had to find eventually an old photograph and cut off and take the head. This may seem like simple things. They are never simple when it comes to access to justice. But why do we do this? Homophobia, culture, ignorance, all sorts of things arising out of our own upbringing and our own positionality. Also situations of power. But also, most importantly, issues of law. If sex work is criminalized, if LGBT is criminalized, if drug use is criminalized, then there's no protection accorded to you. All right? Because of the criminal law, the police will say, hey, you are homosexual. What do you want us to do? The health workers say you are homosexual. What do you want us to do? You're a sex worker. I'm going to arrest you instead. That's what also becomes the root cause of marginalization. And then finally, invisibility. Where you're just like refugees are nowhere. LGBTI people are nowhere. Sex workers are nowhere. They are invisible. Legally invisible, also socially invisible, economically invisible. Who are they? How much money do they have? All right? And also, finally, punishment. Somehow these systems are meant to punish you even before you are actually convicted. Many of them never get convicted, but I will punish you for being. By the time you leave prison, after 60 days, you would have felt the punishment, even if the court won't convict you. Like the case I told you about, none of the people eventually was convicted. We got them released by the DPP. The charges were dropped. But after 50 days of torture, what does it help? 50 days of exposure in the media, 50 days of losing your home and family. Not being convicted means nothing. Your life has been practically ended by such enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Juko. So it's almost 11:30, just like 2 minutes to 11:30. What I would like us to do is have a working tea. I had already mentioned this earlier on to help us prepare our minds that we would be having a working tea. So I'd like to propose that we grab our teas and then come back and engage in a short session. I'll ask us to direct our questions to whichever panelist the question is meant for, but also keep them short. For our participants who are online, those on Zoom, feel free to put in the chat box what your question is. Even those in the room, feel free to write your question. We do not have so much time. We have another panel that will be coming on after this before we break for lunch. So before we go for that, I think one question for me is, as agencies, as practitioners, and as actors, the gender biases we hold, how is that impacting on justice and access to justice? As we take our tea, let's reflect on that and look at, when we come back, questions that we will have for the panel. So without wasting any more time, for our colleagues who are online, please grab a cup of tea. I think 5 minutes should be enough for all of us, whether you're online or here. Let's grab tea and continue with the session. Thank you. See you back in 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Enjoy your break.
time for us to, engage. We got feedback that some people were feeling guilty, someone was feeling guilty, someone was feeling, let down. But what questions are there? Any questions? Kindly direct your question to the panelists that you would like to answer your question. So I'm going to have 3 questions from the audience here, and I will give an opportunity to 3 participants who are attending through Zoom to also ask questions. Okay. 3 questions. We'll start within. Yes, Apollo, there's a hand right here. I know there's feedback that we would like to give. And as we're thinking, please put up your hand so we already mark, and then we'll come back. Okay, so there's a hand there. Yes, please. And then you'll be second. Any third hand in the room? Okay.
Thank you very much, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Dibele Peter, my name, Resident District Commissioner Kiriadongo, where I host about 60,000 refugees, and my home, Rhinocam, hosts over 200 refugees. We are amongst the first to host refugees from Southern Sudan. I'm particularly touched on the issue presented here of bail, denial of bail for forced migrants. I do not know when this activity was done. I did not catch it, but I think since that time, we have, it is true, our systems are there. I'm very sure I can see our prison officers here. I can see, I'm sure amongst us we have the police who are also here, and maybe the judiciary. Our policy as government, I think has been made very clear, is that one of integration. But sometimes our brothers and sisters, especially those who are neighbor to me, because I come from West Nile, they are very, 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 very difficult to deal with. Very difficult. And I have them here, very difficult. They are warmongers. Yeah, this one we must make it very clear. They are warmongers. So if we got to bend the law just for them, I think we may be showing very, very bad example. But it is equally important that they enjoy bail. It's equally important that they enjoy bail. So what should we do? The fact that they are non-resident, at one time, they can even say, Walai Bukra ina biraja bait, meaning tomorrow we shall go home. I think I have some of my brothers here who know that language. Bukra ina biraja bait, inshallah. Which means tomorrow we shall go. Now here, he has committed a very big crime, and you allow him to go. What does the law mean? How can the law help us? And how can we help them? Because one of the principles of this government is Pan-Africanism. We've got to look at some of these things very broadly, such that we can help our brothers and sisters who are here. My boss does not allow me to call them refugees. They are our brothers and sisters from the neighboring countries who have been forced. I meant this type of thing when we were in Addis last year. It was a very big discussion. But I think, and I'm proud to say, as Uganda, we were praised, and we have a very good policy towards our brothers and sisters from the neighboring counties who are forced into migration. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand right here. Do I need to stand? Whichever is comfortable for you. Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. My name is Dr. Naluembe Binaisa, and my question is really provoked by what Dr. Adrian Juko said at the start of his talk. He said, many LGBTQ people, sex workers, and drug users in Uganda are forced migrants as they suffer from similar society prescriptions and lack of access to justice. So, looking to the future, and this is a question to anybody on the panel can respond, in what ways can we develop, unified strategies or ways, or do you have examples of ways in which we can work for advocacy together? Yeah, so that's really what I'm looking at, because I think you're provoking us to think of ourselves in terms of all being part of these intersections. So in what way can we strategize around this in a positive way moving forward? Thank you. Behind. The lady with the white mask is Apollo, right next to you.
Thank you. I am Jacqueline Kagoya. I am a magistrate grade 1, and I work at Nakawa Chief Magistrate's Court. I came in late because I had a case where the parties were actually fighting almost, so I really had to be there. So my apologies for coming in late. It is a family matter, and you all know how it means to handle family matters, especially when it comes to property. So my comment first is on the LGBTs. We've had several complaints about denial of bail to the LGBTs. The challenge we usually have is that at court we are only given the charge sheet, 1 page. That is if the accused person is charged with 1 account. If there are many, that is when you can maybe see the other counts. We only get to know about the facts from the charge sheet. We never get to know whether this person is gay or lesbian. State comes to court and say the matter is for plea. So we only read the charge and it says yes or no. The next thing is you have a right to apply for bail. Do you have sureties? No, you're remanded. Don't you have sureties? If you have sureties, let's hear them, and then the ruling is delivered. Now, I had a case, I think I shared it with Dr. Adrian, about someone that was brought before me as she having committed an assault case. But when I remanded her to prison, as they were still waiting for the bus to take them to Luzira, I think she disclosed the information to the prison warder that is she's intersex. So that information was relayed to me. Before she was taken, I did ask someone to examine her and get me a report immediately, and I gave her person bond. Because I imagined if I took her to women, it's a problem. If I took him to male, that is a problem. So if we are given that information, I think it would really help us a big deal. Number 2 is about the refugees. Still, I'm sorry I did not attend, but we received many cases at Nakawa sent by immigration, the immigration department, of people who have either overstayed in Uganda or people who are illegally in the country. And that is because they are not found with these documents. One recommendation I would give is that let these people be moving with those documents. Because if you don't have even an ID, you don't have anything that talks about really, how do you give an explanation? You're very well aware of the case of Rogue and Vagabond. It's still law. It has not been removed. So you can still be charged against that law. Under that law. Number 2 is a recommendation on the bail for refugees. I made that recommendation recently when we had the training at JTI. And I said, because you see, we received these LC letters. But between me and you, you know some of these LC letters are forged. someone does not even reside in Nakawa, but he's bringing an LC letter saying, I reside in Mbuya, but he doesn't even know where Mbuya is located. So it's only when you're asking him the questions, examining him as a surety, that is when you know the person does not even know where Mbuya is. They only got 20,000, gave to the LC chairperson, and he prepared the letter. So I made a recommendation that we could get letters from those leaders in the refugee camps to confirm, quote, that I am the person in charge of this accused person. So if he is released on bail, maybe he can't be produced by that particular person. Because even as we are judicial officers, whereas you're looking at the right to bail of the accused person, consider the complainant. Are we just going to release because someone is a refugee, he has chewed someone's ear, and you just let him go because he's a refugee? No. So I think we need to also work on many things. Absconding is very easy for such people because you can't easily trace them. And maybe I would also suggest that we have some people to follow up on such cases. Just like we have the law talking about, on children matters, talking about probation officers. Why don't you have someone to follow up such refugees when they're involved in cases, or the LGBTs when they're involved in cases, so that we're able to know that this is a child, this is LGBT, this is a refugee. Thank you.
Thank you. One more behind, Honorable.
Good morning once again. I'm Right Honorable Tuku Ismail, the Prime Minister, Lugara Cultural Institution, the Lugarakari. I would like to echo on the words of Dr. Adrian and Dr. Dolan for the elaborate presentation about vulnerability and the other issues concerning the refugees. I want to say here that the mistakes that were identified by Dr. Adrian, if they are not corrected, it will also come to affect us as the, citizens of this place. It's not only for the refugees or not only for those who are moving up. When we take the case of HIV and AIDS, here is already a risk. Two, for the implementing agencies of these refugees, I want to say here that the refugees are people who have actually lost everything. They have lost property, the land, and even some of their close relatives. And for them, they are ready to do anything. Particularly, Sudanese refugees have always risked to walk from here to Kenya and Tanzania. So if you see this kind of scenario, you know that behind it, there's a very, very big problem. And then their vulnerability, again, is increased by the land they have acquired for settlement. In most cases, land given to them, particularly in West Nile region, has been, the hunting grounds that are not very, very fertile for agriculture. And they are forced to live on this piece of land. Let's see that they're very vulnerable here. Two, sizes of land and the land acquired in a very controversial way in some cases. Here you hear somebody complaining, say, refugees are brought on my piece of land, refugees have done this, they have destroyed the cultural sites because of, looking for firewood and so on for cooking. Without firewood, of course, they cannot cook. So these are issues we need to see very, very critically so that we help them. It takes time for them to understand, but once they've understood an issue, they will always be very serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I saw two other hands, but before we come to you, the lady in pink and the gentleman at the back, before we come to you, I'd like us to also take the questions that our participants, our colleagues online have sent through. So we have a question from one of our participants, and it's directed to Peace. Given the limited window of access to justice for LGBTI, as clearly elaborated by the panelists, wouldn't you agree that this too impacts on their access to other services? to say the least, psychosocial support for their full recovery and when they need it. What can stakeholders put in place to ensure that we advocate for justice? We ensure that all access psychosocial supports. So that's one question that has come from our participants online. Also to say, Dr. Felipe is online, and he says in case there are any questions from his presentation yesterday, he would be glad to respond as he missed the session, but that will come later. So if you have any questions, please just share them with us. We'll be able to share that. All right, so the next two questions, and then we'll move back to the panel and wrap this session up so we can move.
I thank the panel team for what you have been able to share with us this morning. My concern and question goes to peace when it comes to where you coordinate your activities when you're working with police, especially when it comes to how you handle the issue of bail and bond. Because I would believe before we even get to the level of having these refugees getting to court, are there any other ways or strategies you work out with police, especially because I would believe they can even be given bond or even you carry out some bit of negotiation and mediation with them before you have them appear before court. So I want to get a more explanation on that. And then also to Dr. Juko, I liked your presentation a lot. It was really very, very fascinating. But my concern would be, much as we talk about all these groups, the LGBTs, I can tell you, I believe even when you came to police, the same police officer you went to and asked about what all this is about, they may not even know a thing. They may not. So you would think perhaps maybe you are dealing with someone who knows what they're doing, but when they do not know. So is there any way, as you have done, to see how we can even help police? Yeah? All of us as stakeholders in this to see how best this can be handled. Of course, it can be a good thing for you to go to maybe if you have not agreed with a police officer to PSU, but of course that can be a solution. What have we done to see how best we can handle this? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Ahimbisiwe Asimwe David. I come from Uganda prisons. I missed the first part of the presentation, but I listened to Dr. Juko's presentation. And of course, he talked about torture. The right against torture is non-derogable, and that is known to all of us. And even Uganda has enacted the Anti-Torture Act, and the Anti-Torture Act makes the person who tortures personally liable. It's not prisons, it is the individual person, officer, who tortures a prisoner that is liable for his or her acts. So those people should be taken to court and the law takes its course. Access to inmates during the COVID-19 lockdown. Members, when the COVID-19 landed here, we were all panicking. There was the total lockdown. And in that lockdown, we actually expected the courts also to look. You see, COVID was so scaring that for us in prisons, we couldn't imagine an outbreak of COVID in an overcongested prison. Therefore, we had to put all the roadblocks to deny access to the inmates, to protect us, ourselves and the inmates from contracting COVID. Of course, with time, we have eased down the issues because we have now prepared ourselves. We have created isolation centers for the inmates who are coming in so that we protect those ones who are already inside.
So those who come in are isolated, they are tested, and those found positive have been managed. We have so far had over 800 cases of COVID-19 in the prisons. And out of those numbers, only 37 are still under treatment. The rest have been cleared. We have had no loss of COVID-19 inside the prisons. We apologize for blocking any entry, but we were trying to protect lives. I thank you.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'll not be able to take any other question. I also don't see a hand from our participants online. So in the next 6 minutes, I will hand over to the panelists to answer, as and when to the questions that were asked, so that we can then move on. So in 6 minutes, I think that would be 2 minutes for each person. So we'll start off with Peace.
Thank you once again. For particular questions that were raised to me, I'll start with a question that was raised from the participant from police. What are the strategies that you have, that you're working with police to see how to cure some of these things? One is that we have a very good working relations with police, and we are doing quite a lot of advocacy together, actually not with police, but together with police. For starters, we are encouraging alternative dispute resolution. Now, like I said in the beginning, I said this is not to say or to undervalue accountability for where a crime has been committed, but for some of those offenses that are really light, and for the associated challenges and problems, like I said, is that we're encouraging alternative dispute resolution. We're training the LCs together with the refugee leadership on ADR, alternative dispute resolution. But also we are engaging with OPM, we are engaging with local government, we are engaging with the local leaders through awareness raising and how people can best understand these other alternatives to justice. And when it comes to legal advice, we are sure to advise the person who is reporting a crime of the challenges involved within the justice system. Is it something that you can take as an option, ADR or even reconciliation, before you go through the access to justice technicalities that were mentioned before? So I think that is already working, but also on a higher end is what we continue to train judicial officers, we continue to train immigration officers, we continue to train prison officers. We have a very quite elaborate and good working relations with those institutions. And we believe with this advocacy that we do in this training, in these workshops, we can see on how to leverage some of these things. Thank you. On the issue of documents that was raised by Your Worship, we're working with OPM on how we can recognize the refugee welfare councils. We know that in the law, they are not recognized as a structure, a legal structure, but as of practice, just like we know that the letters are not a legal requirement, the letters that we ask the nationals to bring when they are applying for bail, Honorables, this is not a legal requirement, but it is a requirement as of practice. So can we also accommodate the refugee welfare councils as of practice and recognize them as a system because they are recognized by OPM and they are actually working. They are elected by the refugees themselves and they are censured by OPM itself. So they are a structure that we can work with, and with continuous training that RLP is doing, they are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peace. Before Dr. Juko will also answer the questions that were asked to him, but before you do, one question that I have let through is from Sophie, and Sophie is asking, how should aid agencies in Uganda go about protecting LGBT refugees in contexts like Uganda, where the law theoretically criminalizes same-sex acts and where they might fear to seek help or protection? So that has also come through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I should start with that one before I forget. And I'm quite sure that Chris has dealt with this before. And also I think it feeds into the question that Dr. Binaisa asked about, a question around intersectionalities, that LGBT, refugees, same person. How do we work on all these issues? How do we draw synergies? Chris has, I think, been writing and also working on issues around gender against men, around issues around sexual violence amongst men, and many of these cases are associated with LGBT issues. But I think we need to go a little bit beyond that to realize the synergies and make sure that we work together. The fact that there are people on the ground, aid agencies can contact really who, because I think with the LGBT community, it's not, you don't just go in there and start doing it, but people on the ground who are already doing it, including the refugee camps, including organizations that can reach out to LGBT people. So despite criminalization, there's always access. You have to find people who actually are doing it. And then the issue that I was raised around how do we know if no one tells us they are gay? It comes out in every single training that we have for the magistrates. And for me, my answer always is, maybe it's the magistrate, it's the judicial officer who is in charge of the court. There's an issue of power between the judicial officer and the LGBT person in court. So that issue of power has to be balanced out by the judicial officer, trying to know, especially one of the pointers I would give is, what's the charge? Personation, cyber harassment, carnal knowledge against the order of nature. Already there's a red flag. These are offenses, even the one we talked about, rogue and vagabond. Some of these cases usually are taken out against LGBT people because they can't charge, they don't even have the evidence to charge them. So I think when you see such pointers, you can be like, hey, tell me what happened. So instead of just saying, I'm just going to remind you and send you to, that's just like you do for the intersex person, you can also know if you kind of give them the space to speak out. I like a comment that the right honorable made about HIV. I always tell people, we don't protect LGBT rights because we're nice people. We protect LGBT rights because we are also selfish people. That means that LGBT persons, if they are not treated, if it comes to LGBT, if it comes to HIV, that's why we call them key populations. If you don't treat key populations, the whole population is going to be affected by HIV. Because if they are hiding, sex workers are hiding, LGBT persons are hiding, drug users are hiding, in other words, you have an untreated epidemic amongst these particular groups, and you think they're isolated, you're not part of this group. No, you are not. You are part of these groups, because whoever the LGBT person sleeps with may be your sexual partner. Many LGBT people are married. Many sex workers are married because they have to get married under our practices. And the people they are married to are people you sleep with. So you don't treat them, you also don't go to be treated. You deny people getting lubricants, you are also getting HIV. That's why you see the level of HIV in this country is actually rising, because of some of those factors, including criminalization and also persecution of LGBT people, sex workers, and such other groups. Among police officers, the issue of engagement, we've tried. We had a program from 2014, allowing giving us access to the police to train them on LGBT rights. It started with, in 2014, around the time of General Ihura, he gave us permission to speak with the legal department. We did train them for about 4 or something years until 2018, when they said, we are tired, no more trainings. Since then, we've stopped training them. But before, it was actually very nice that police officers would basically, even up to now, the true callers, your people are here. Oh, don't do this to this person is transgender. Many of them, we used to train senior police officers. Nowadays, that's less common because kind of they did away with it. And finally, prisons. I like the statement made by the prison's representative that if someone commits torture, they should be liable in their personal capacity. Absolutely. But let me just bring this to information. We charged the deputy OC of Kitaria prison. We brought out a criminal prosecution, private prosecution against him. And what happened is the Attorney General came to court representing both the state and the individual. Not in the criminal, but that was in the civil case. We brought it in his own capacity. And the state is representing both the state and the individual. This is after the Attorney General wrote to us telling us, torture, we don't torture, and we are going to deal with this person, but we are busy protecting him, defending him in course of law. What does that mean? Also, when we serve the summons, no one makes sure they come, because under the law, you're supposed to serve the government to bring the government official to court. For 2 times, the prison's officer has not popped up in court, and an arrest warrant is out for him. And I have a feeling the police won't be able to arrest him from inside the prisons. So what does that mean when you say we are committed? At the same time, you cannot give a hand over these people to be tried in courts of law. So not just you personally, but just bring it to your attention, just so you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And before I hand over to Dr. Chris to also answer and give his final comments, I'd like to ask to recognize 10 students who have joined us from PILAC. PILAC is the Public Interest Law Clinic of School of Law, Makerere University. They are with us in this conversation and participating online. Over to you, Dr. Chris.
Thank you very much. And I was lucky I didn't get asked any tricky questions. So obviously what I had to say was very simple, so that was good. But a couple of comments. One, I think Adrian has already said it, but it kind of addresses Dr. Binaisa's question. I mean, we have to look at self-interest in terms of developing unified strategies and enabling people to understand that there is this othering, it's in our heads, it's not in reality, it's not in the way that people live. And you can other as much as you want in your rhetoric and in your language and your attitudes. And yet you're actually talking to the very people that you're othering without even knowing that you're talking to them. So it's there has to be, ideally you get to a place where there's much more understanding of diversity and there's much more respect for diversity and there's much more recognition that actually there is a lot of strength in an open diversity. And that brings me to the question of trainings. I really appreciate the question because I think we do a lot of training with duty bearers, with police, with immigration, with prisons, with the Ugandan army, and peacekeepers. And we touch on these issues. And my sense always is that there's some resistance to talking about things like sexual violence against men, things like LGBTQ or LGBTI, but there's also a lot of interest. So the resistance is coming from one place, and then the interest and curiosity and a willingness to engage and to understand better and to acknowledge that we don't know, actually. I've seen that in every single training I've ever participated in. So I think it's unfortunate if a particular body says, we're tired, because I don't think that the people who come for the trainings are tired. What we see in every training is people are very engaged in all these questions that are normally kind of pushed under the carpet. So people are left in ignorance. And they know that they don't know. And they want to know, so you give a space in which people can actually get some information, and the appetite is there. So I hope that decision perhaps can be reviewed. I think also, again, echoing Adrian, but the question of indicators. What are the indicators that somebody belongs to a particular key population or a group that is being othered by the system? I do a lot of training on how do you work with survivors, male survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. And in every training, I get asked the same question by practitioners. It's like, we know these things happen, we accept, no problem. But we can't find them. Where are these people? Where are they? They don't tell us, they don't come forward. And you're like, well, they don't come forward because there's a lot of risk involved in coming forward. If you have no guarantee that there will be an appropriate response. But people are actually giving clues all the time. As Adrian said, in the terms of LGBT, it could be in terms of the nature of the charges that are being proffered in male survivors of sexual violence. It can be, there are many other signs and indicators, not to do with charges as such. So we have to get much more smart about what are the indicators that give us in the system, whether as aid workers, in the judiciary, wherever, those clues that if we're smart and if we're committed, we will follow up those clues and try and bring out more information and bring information to the surface. And my last comment was that which actually has not come up, so I'm preempting a question that never got asked. But sometimes when we talk about this question of gendered justice and unequal access to services beyond justice services, but mental health and psychosocial support and so on, people say, but now you're competing. And you're making it a competition between two groups, between women and between men. And I think I'm glad it never came up in this conversation, but it still needs to be mentioned. You know, it is not a competition. What this question of gendering is about is the fact that, as I hope my talk made clear, every gender is impacted at different places and in different times. So sometimes women will be the winners, other times men will be the winners, other times, no, actually, no, LGBTQ are never the winners, but you know, but it's really not a competition. It's about recognizing when does a system work properly and for whom, and when is it not working properly and for whom, in terms of their gender. So I hope we don't go away with the message that there's a competition on here. There is not. The challenge that we get, and you know, I think you can see it in terms of the presentation that Peace gave, is that we have been trained to think that there are these two different categories, and the only way we can measure anything is in terms of those two different categories. And so we end up with like, how many men, how many women, who suffers most? And we turn it into, we keep on trying to turn it into a hierarchy. It is not a hierarchy, because it's like the where it works and where it doesn't work for each gender is different. And it's about understanding that and trying to address the bit that doesn't work for a particular gender in a particular part of this process. And if we can do that, then the whole system becomes more effective for all of us, whatever our gender. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Chris. Thank you to you, Dr. Adrian. Thank you to you, Peace, Doctor in the Making. As I usher this panel off, I'd also like to say a huge thank you to all our participants, to everyone online, but also to everyone in the room. A round of applause for yourselves and for the panel that is before us. Dr. Adrian has also been so kind to avail copies of the violation report that he mentioned, and it's at the back, so please endeavor to pick a copy. For those online, we will speak to Dr. Adrian and ensure that we follow up on the possibility of sharing a soft copy for you as well. So as I usher my panel of doctors and Doctor in the Making off, I would also like to welcome the next panel, who will be discussing the role of justice, law, and order sector in fostering gender-just access to justice. A round of applause as they walk to welcome and also welcome. So for the next panel, we have Mr. David Asimwe Ahimzibwe from Uganda prisons. You're welcome. From Uganda Police, we have Detective Assistant Superintendent of Police, Sowedi Mohammed. Welcome. And then we have His Worship. I don't see my panelists walking forward. Please come forward. Yes, you are most welcome once again. I had promised you 15 minutes each, but in the interest of time, it's 12:30 and lunch is going to be ready by 1. So I'd like to adjust that time to 10 minutes. So I really, really pray that in 10 minutes, you'll be able to do justice to your individual presentations. We will start off this panel, following on the keynote address on what it means to have a gender-just access to justice, and what that means, what we see. We would like to hear from His Worship Moses, who is the Deputy Registrar in charge of training, He's very passionate about refugee matters, and actually for his master's, he focused on refugees and refugee law. He is the Deputy Registrar in charge of training at the Judicial Training Institute, and he'll be speaking to us in the next 10 minutes on the role of the judiciary in fostering gender-just access to justice. Thank you, Your Worship. The microphone is right next to you. Where you feel comfortable. Are you more comfortable there? All right then.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. Once again, call me Moses Gabriel Angwalia. I had training in judiciary. And if you're out there and you want to train, please, we are available. So long as the training is in conformity with public service training policy and judiciary training policy. As I breathe in and out, His Excellency says it, Okwefuga. The spec gets mixed up. So permit me to perform it like this so that I don't get interference from my breath. Judiciary is one of the arms of government, and it's charged with the responsibility of adjudicating matters in the courts of law. The vision for judiciary is equal justice for all. Equal justice for all, therefore, means there is no discrimination. Whether you're a male, female, you are a refugee, you are LGBTQI, whatever. When you come to the courts of law, we give you equal access. So what does this vision entail for judiciary? It ensures that legal interpretation is both consistent with international law and harmonized across jurisdictions. Judiciaries in Kenya and South Africa have developed more relevant jurisprudence in matters of refugee law than we have in Uganda. We are a growing jurisprudence in that area. This vision points to the crucial importance of having a right to an effective remedy by countering political objections to judicial pronouncements on the grounds that they represent views of isolated individual judicial officers. Sometimes when we make decisions, individuals come up. And even lawyers who represent litigants in court, they have press conference after delivery of judgment. The judgment was wrong. The judge misdirected himself in this area, in that area. there was this matter in where houses were demolished in Nsangi, Lusanja. Yes, you know, everybody, even the politicians, came up. Where are the women going to sleep? Where are children going to sleep? But when that matter was revised, the magistrate was right. You see, you do not need to deliver a decision because many people are going to be affected and you fear. We have judicial independence, and you should exercise that independence judiciously. This vision enables lines of legal reasoning to be developed and elaborated in different cases, so that the scope and application of principles arising from decided cases are very, very clear. See, for us in judiciary, we move on the doctrine of precedence. If the Chief Justice or if the Supreme Court says this, we are bound by that decision. We can't deviate. And the vision does not require judicial officers to follow previous rulings blindly, though, but affords them the flexibility needed to adopt interpretations to address concrete situations while upholding key principles. This is an important means of securing a more definitive, progressive, and consistent interpretation and application of the law. So while we are doing this, judiciary does recognize refugee movements as a variable that needs constant adaptive responses, and it also has streamlined and geared its policies towards adjudication of justice for the refugees. And oftentimes, judiciary comes up with innovative and adaptive responses to the influxes that take place. Judiciary, to that extent, has presence felt all over the country. It has structures to accommodate various categories of cases, especially at the lowest level. Judiciary has the personnel to handle these cases. The technical knowledge, of course, the knowledge of the law, and also the specialized knowledge which may be in respect to refugee law and other specialities. But when we are doing this, we take into account the requirement for access to justice. So what has judiciary done in the area of access to justice for refugees? Judiciary has and will continue to partner with stakeholders in capacity building. Refugee Law Project is one of our strong partners in that area. They train us a lot. Actually, last week we were together with them training about 20 judicial officers. Judiciary supports access to justice for refugees by organizing special court sessions. This is with the aim of promoting faster access to justice. This basically has been taking place in the High Court statutes, Mbarara, Arua, Gulu, Kampala. because these people need access to justice. Judiciary also supports operation of mobile courts. And as one of the previous facilitators said, judiciary interacts and meets with various stakeholders to see how they can address matters concerning refugees. But our challenge, of course, is manpower. We are very thin on the ground. For example, we have 450 gazetted courts for grade 1s, but we have 114 which are operational. We have knowledge gap. Most judicial officers are not aware of the legal framework, especially in respect to refugees. At least for me, I consider myself lucky and fortunate because I did some specialized training in respect to that. There are a number of emerging issues like the LGBT, Q&T. You know, judicial officers do not have any knowledge, or most of them, let me say, not, let me not generalize. Some of them, me inclusive, it has only taken me an initiative to read on my own, to understand, but sometimes the time is not there. So in the view of all this, what is the way forward? It's important to enhance the capacity of judicial officers in order to promote gender justice. It's important that all stakeholders, legal profession, civil society, international and regional agencies support the training of judicial officers in order to create awareness about special groups of people. I also suggest it's important to engage judiciary in debates. These debates can be online or they can be physical, like this. And in the debate, you know, you're able to create an atmosphere for the participants to point out areas of concern. And such debates can result in formulation of policies and amendment of relevant laws which have parts which are not in conformity with the Constitution. But above all, it's necessary that we broaden the search for solutions and focus on creating the conditions needed to achieve progressive solutions for access to gender justice for refugees. This requires more focused attention on part of all the stakeholders. Judiciary alone can't make it. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, for sharing that with us. I think the situation of His Worship Moses applies to me. So, thank you, Your Worship, for sharing the role of the judiciary and some of the challenges that the judiciary faces, in extending justice and carrying out their mandate. And I think that also maybe later on in terms of answering how we are informed by gender, the notions of gender that we know when we are dispensing of justice is something that we would be asking about. Next, I'd like to invite our representative from police, Detective Assistant Superintendent of Police, Soedi Mohammed. He is the Director of Criminal Investigations Directorate. And he will be speaking to us today about the role of police in fostering gender-just access to justice. We did speak earlier on and, sharing about what he sees, but also I think PC's conversation and PC's presentation did shed a lot of light. And I know many times the eyes are then on police. And he did mention actually that actually it looks from the statistics, it looks like many of the perpetrators are men. And I think that this is a good opportunity to share with us why we continue to see this and, what some of the challenges and recommendations you have. You're most welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, correction, I'm not the director. I'm from the Director of Criminal Investigation. Once again, I'm Detective Assistant Superintendent of Police, Soweid Mohammed. I was given a task to discuss on the topic, the JLOs fostering gender-just access. First of all, we need to understand the JLOs. The JLOs consist of 18 institutions. Where we have the Ministry of the Justice and Constitutional Affairs as the lead institution. We have the Judiciary, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Uganda Prisons, Uganda Police, and the rest. So my institution is the Uganda Police. The Uganda Police is established in Article 211 and Article 212. And the mandate of Uganda Police is protect life and property, preserve law and order, detect and prevent crime, work with the civilian authorities, security, other security agencies, and the public in general. So the police don't work in vacuum, we work with other stakeholders. So I need to take you through what the police say. I think the other previous presenters, they talked a lot about it, being as the implementing pattern of the government or the coercive arm of the executive. However, the police, we really care about the justice and the gender issues of people. For example, when it comes to statement recording, at police, when I'm interviewing, we really consider gender. If a victim or a complainant is a lady, we give a task to a female officer to interview that lady. And in a case, you must get consent from that victim or the complainant before you obtain statement from her. So we consider justice and gender. Then we look at the search and seizure. It will be very wrong for a male police officer to search a female suspect or victim. So in most cases, it's a female officer to search a female suspect. We very well know that females are always so much sensitive, and the searching, the touching. So we consider gender is very much important. Then the previous presenters were talking about detention facilities. And in most cases, the detention facilities, we detain people separately. For the men, they have theirs, and the ladies, they have their female cells. However, for the LGBTI, the police, we don't have the facilities yet. So if it is a minor crime, in most cases, is given a police bond, and it goes. If it's a capital offense, what we normally do, we get a special place. So we can't mix them because we don't want to violate his rights. Then still on the detention facilities, for the juveniles, it will be very wrong for us to detain a juvenile with the adults. So in some facilities, we have the juvenile detention centers. So in a police station which doesn't have it, if it's not a capital offense, we can give him a police bond, or else the matter is referred to, we get a special place like CPS. It has the detention facilities for the juveniles. Then we look at the arrest. In most cases, in accessing justice and gender, the arrest, we never see a police officer arresting, a male police officer arresting a female suspect. That would be very wrong. In any case, if that one does it, he has violated his right. So even if it's an arrest, whether it's the perpetrator, a suspect, we still respect the rights of that suspect. So we consider gender. Later, a female police officer arrests a female suspect, and a male police officer arrests a male suspect. Then at times when it comes to victims of SGBV, taking them to the hospitals for examination, still we consider gender. So police respects gender. Then observance of the human rights. Yes, we are key players in it. We observe human rights, the 48-hour rule. People say, the 48-hour, yes, we respect it. However, in some instances, we do violate it, which is bad. But this one also, it comes, I'll tell you the challenges as why. The reason as why it comes at times in capital offenses like murder, getting the expert report, the postmortem report at times takes long. So really giving a suspect of murder a police bond, and you well know in any case if he's granted a bond, it's his right, he might not come back, and it's a capital offense. So we have a challenge of the expert reports at times, though we observe the human rights. The issue of torture, we don't allow torture at police. And the laws are very clear. We have the Human Rights Enforcement Act is there, the Anti-Torture Act. Whoever police officer does that is liable for it. So we respect human rights. Then on fighting corruptions, police as the professional police, we are trying so much to fight the corruption. If any police officer does that, we have the professional standards unit, or in any case, you report to the immediate boss. We have the different settings of courts in police. We have the district disciplinary court, the regional disciplinary court, and the standby court at the police headquarters. So was police officer is found either extorting or soliciting a bribe from a complainant or a suspect, please, you can go to those institutions. Then the challenges at times we get at police, we have a challenge of the sign language. Most of the time these victims, either they are dumb, deaf, and if we get an expert somewhere, at times they don't understand that expert. They just need at times their relatives. So we have that challenge of the sign language at police. Then the issue of the language barriers. For example, the refugees. In my area where I work at Ori Kampala, my jurisdiction is full of the Somalis, the Eritreans, and the Ethiopians. So at times we get a challenge of interpretation of the language. If they are victims, if they are complainants. However, we try to get the interpreter somewhere. Then on my recommendation, we still, as this worship has already said, the judiciary. We need more recruitment of the judiciary. At times we are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed with cases. And the DPP, the number is still very small. So you find that in other districts, it's police which is still prosecuting the cases. The DPP is not there. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, SP Sowedi. We will please note down your questions. We'll be taking questions in a very short while. I would like to, turn on and welcome the Director of Prisons, Human Resource Management, Mr. David Asimwe Ahimzibwe, who has worked with prisons for 31 years. He will also be, sharing with us what their role is, what are some of the challenges and some of the recommendations. But also a question I have for us today is, as we respect gender, is respecting gender enough for us to actually talk about, gender just access to justice? Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, participants. JEROS, as my colleagues have said, is a big sector with a number of government institutions and agencies and Uganda Prison Service is one of them. As a sector, JEROS has laid out a strategy for mainstreaming gender in all the activities and operations of the agencies under the sector. And one of the guiding principles, of course, is the 1/3 representation of the female gender at recruitment level, which we strive to achieve whenever we are recruiting our staff. However, I must add that there is a challenge in fulfilling this 1/3. When you look at the composition of the inmates, like I found the discussion in the room when I entered, the majority of the people who commit crime are men. And the female people who come to our prisons are in the minority. So when you enforce the 1/3 of the staff, you find that our rules say female staff should work with female prisoners. But because you have excess female staff, then you find prison staff working in male prisoners, which is a bit of a challenge. And it also comes with other challenges. So we endeavor to meet that ratio of 1:3. I think as of now, we are at about 28%, which is not bad. In Uganda Prison Service, we have integrated gender in our training schools, and we emphasize it because in the nature of our work, like my colleague from police has said, if it is a female, she is handled by a female staff. Never should we have a male staff entering a female prison without being escorted by female staff, although the opposite does not apply. I don't know whether that is fair. Like you said, now we prefer to protect the girl child and forget the boy child. You don't know what happens the other side. When we continue to look at gender in our institutions, we have a gender desk in Uganda Prison Service where complaints of sexual abuse among its staff are handled. Obviously, as you know, in our work environments, sometimes we get issues of sexual abuse and sexual harassment, and we try to address them so that all the workers, all the staff are comfortable in delivering their service. We also have gender-sensitive budgeting, which is a requirement by the Equal Opportunities Act. Whichever budget is to be presented to Parliament must meet the gender requirements. And I think prisons we have been doing very well in that area. When it comes to gender budgeting, Parliament cannot pass a prison's budget if there is no provision for sanitary pads for inmates, because that is one of the challenges the female inmates face while in prisons. But this one has been addressed. I think it is no longer a problem. From time to time, we do sensitization of our staff to remind them of their gender responsibilities or taking care of gender issues in the execution of their duties. JEROS has initiated special court sessions for sex and gender-based violence cases. I think there have been special sessions addressing sexual violence cases, which is a positive move other than putting all of them together, but there have been sessions specifically made to address those issues. When it comes to refugees, I would like to thank Refugee Law Project for the continuous training and sensitization of our staff in handling refugees who find their way in our prisons. A number of training sessions have been conducted in our prisons across the country, and we want to thank you so much for that contribution, because our staff are aware that we have refugees, and refugees have special needs and they need to be helped. But it is also a policy in prisons that we do not discriminate whether people are refugees, whether they are male or whether they are female, and whether they are minorities. Of course, I must admit, like my colleague from the judiciary has said, some of these issues are emerging and they are new and a bit of a challenge. When you get a case of a hermaphrodite, what do? He or she is not a he or a she. It becomes a bit of a challenge. And unfortunately, when we receive these people, we don't have the background information. The person presents as a man, he's taken to a male prison. Of course, the court is the one which remands. The worship will send the person to a male prison. Then after some time, the prisoners will start complaining. Something funny is happening. We don't understand. And then you investigate and you find ABCD. The person presents as a she, and she's sent to a women prison. Then the female prisoner say, but this prison doesn't bathe. This prisoner doesn't bathe, doesn't interact with us. Something is wrong. When you dig deeper, you find there are issues. And in most cases, we refer back to court. And the court, in most cases, will give bail because it is a very tricky situation. I've also had an interesting case of a staff. She grew up as a girl. She's a girl. She's even an athlete, actually. But while she was in training, the colleagues now started saying, but there is something wrong. And when they referred the case to me, I said, but what is she? What does she say she is? Is it a he or a she? We had to refer her for medical examination. It may be a violation of our rights, but it's a challenge now. If the other people cannot associate freely, we have to establish whether it is a he or a she. But I think by all purposes, she is a female. She even runs as a female. She's even been participating in international races. But there is a mixed. So those are some of the challenges that we get in our work. And as we come for engagements like this one, we get more educated and we get more equipped on how to handle issues like the LGBTI. Dr. Juko was talking about a case which happened during the lockdown. Obviously, it is a new case to my brothers in the police, to the judiciary, and unfortunately, like he said, the case which is put on them, the charge is not mentioning any of those. It is mentioning different things. So by the time the person comes to us, it's not the issue of LGBT. It's a different charge. So I don't think we would even go to the extent of harassing them because they are LGBT, because the charge is a different thing. We wouldn't even know unless they themselves come up to open up and tell us what the situation is or to give us the background. And in most cases, for us, as prisons, we are at the tail end of the criminal justice system. By the time the police has done their work, the judiciary has done, the DPP has done its work, the judiciary has done its work. For us, we receive someone who is already processed, and what we receive on paper is what we believe. But behind the paper, there is a different story, which is not told by the commitment warrant. So those are some of the challenges. I think I would say as a way forward is to have more engagements like this one we are having today, where we get all the criminal justice system agencies coming together and sharing our experiences, and of course identifying new areas and challenges which we need to address as we continue to serve our nation. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much to our panelists for sharing a bit of your work, but also some of the challenges that you face. We will now be taking questions. I'll start with a question that we have online, but also to the participants in the room, we will be taking a round of questions. Now, I noticed people laughed when ASP was presenting in terms of, observing the days around with which to release people on bail and some of what is happening at police. And I think that there are questions behind that laughter. But one of the questions we have online is, how is the judiciary and the police planning to address gender norms that prevent men and women from using the justice system? So that would go to our participants representing those two institutions. Any other questions in the room? Yes, Apollo, we'll take a round. Oh, sorry, I repeat the question. How is the judiciary and the police planning to address gender norms that prevent men and women from using the justice system? To participants online, we are taking questions. So I'm going to take 3 questions from participants present at the venue, and I will be turning back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Arokana Mother Simba from Ajumani district. One of the issues I'm trying to raise is concerned with police. I had some problems in the outposts. The outposts, when there were some issues, we had a challenge of preparing a file by the officers who are posted in the refugee settlement. Once a case has been reported, there are always challenges. My issue is there's a need for either the DPC or the OC station to have a thorough screening of those who should be posted to outposts so that they are able to prepare the files very well. That can be submitted to the OCCID for either prosecution and some advice. Because that has been the problem, and some of you might be aware. There are issues like in Maji police station, Maji 1, Maji 2 police station, a suspect actually ended up hanging himself in the cell. So those are the challenges people are facing. I think we need some help. Thank you. Thank you very much. I remember I told you I was representing a cultural institution. First one goes to officer and police. It's true you said some cases take long. You cited murder cases that prompt longer detention period. What do you say about other cases like the politicians? What happens? At times, somebody is taken, they say no, it is still under investigation, and at the end of the day, somebody is removed. Where does that play in the law? Two, I come to the commandant prisons. Thank you very much for containing COVID-19 in prison cells, as you rightly put it. That is work well done, and we appreciate that. The only question is that you'll share with your counterpart in police. You know, when we talk of torture, at times, the officers in prisons do not torture people. Even in police, they don't torture. But there is a provision or liberty given to leaders of inmates who torture their colleagues and tax them very highly. At times they say, you know, we don't have fuel in the cell. We need to produce some 2,000, 3,000, 10,000. When this thing is happening, are you not aware, or is this one of the issues directed by you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ndaishimi Libera from Men of Hope Support Group from RRP. My concern is about police bond, bail in court, and the people who come to stand for someone who is inside. The first one, police bond, is very difficult to get for refugees because there is some language barrier, and the police officer, some of them, they don't want to look for interpreter or to contact the leaders from some communities, and they hurry up to take a case in prison because that lack of information. Even some refugees don't know that you can ask police bond to be free. That is the recommendation for the police. If they can explain the officers how to ask refugees who has been arrested, if they can ask that police bond. And there is a scenario, someone has arrested in Kajansi, it was a refugee, and I went there to assist him, and because he has not said anything because of he doesn't know Luganda, he doesn't know English. And the police officer put inside as he was waiting to take a call to take him to prison. And even someone who has come to assist him, when some police officers saw that you are a refugee, they can deny you to assist the fellow refugees. And one day I went there and I put Uganda Scout uniform because I'm a member of Uganda Scout Association.
Please summarize.
Yes, I'm summarizing.
Thank
sorry.
you.
And they asked me the national ID, and I showed him the card from Uganda Scout Association, and we talked, and everything was sorted because of that ID from Uganda Scout Association, because that police officer, for that I am Ugandan. The second one is bail in court. Last time in Buganda Road, the court denied refugees the bail because of he presented 2 refugees to stand for him. You see, when refugees are not integrated, integration is slowly by slowly. You can go Ugandans to come and stand for you, but you can get refugees to stand for you. But the court magistrate refused those refugees to stand for him when he was asking the bail, and that one returned back to prison because of that. He said to him, you get nationals to stand for you, but it is a very challenge.
Thank you for that. We've seen that actually in the documentary. I see 4 other hands. Please,
One minute.
1 minute is too long. Can you do it in a second?
Second.
A second.
Yes. My last question goes to Moses. Judicial Training Institute. I recommend to train even refugees, because there are some refugees who have degrees in law in their country, but they need some training to be integrated in the law of Uganda so that they can help their fellow refugees. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that recommendation. Charity at the back.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the judiciary representative. I would love to know the plan that judiciary has in improving the functionality of the chief magistrates at the district level in refugee hosting districts, looking at the big population of refugees and the increasing backlog because of the, not having the chief magistrates constantly or routinely reporting to court to hear cases that are before them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hadnet, you had your hand up. Can we also consider the option of writing down your questions, please? We are 15 minutes past our schedule.
I'll try to make my question/comment short. It is to our. I want to speak on behalf of Eritrean migrants. Our relationship with police, especially Old Kampala police, is extremely strained. I will give you a quotation from the commandant, from the person who's in charge there. In the presence of me and one of my colleagues, I'm an Eritrean interpreter for Refugee Law Project. From Access to Justice, in the presence of an officer, he said to me, I understand why your government treats you the way he does. You are unbearable people. So the first thing I did, I think Onan is somewhere here. The first thing I did when I was hired to work was inform our organization about the abuse that happened to Eritrean migrants at Old Kampala Police. It is a well-known fact that you have to pay the interpreter that is there from 50,000 up to 150,000 for him to register. This is a well-known fact. You can ask any Eritrean. They will tell you that is what they did when they went to police. If you are not able to pay, your case will be buried and you will be asked to come tomorrow, the next day. There was a big complaint about this, and we started a petition. Over 1,000 people signed, and we submitted it to OPM. I see the man still working at OPM. This man should be in prison. The amount of corruption. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to be. There is no way I can be diplomatic about this because it is such a sensitive issue for us Eritreans. Any Eritrean will tell you how we are treated at Old Kampala Police. And the entire staff that is there is in support of the interpreter that is there. You have to make the interpreter happy because you can't complain about him to the other officers inside. They are on his back, they are his friends. So please, just some consideration to Eritreans. If you could possibly ask the community to nominate someone who can represent them at Old Kampala Police, because the person will be acting more of as a representative than an interpreter, because that is what Senai is. He's not an interpreter. He's the one who does all the situations. You can ask him actually, and this is based on the fact, this is something that I can actually prove. He can get you refugee status. If you pay him from $800 up to, it has reached now $1,200, he can connect you to people who will give you refugee status.
Thank you.
This is absolutely outrageous, and I can actually back this up. Like there are people who will speak about this, and we have been trying to complain. We have been trying. There's no one who's listening to Eritreans. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know why, but this person has to be accountable for his actions. This person, he has been there for so long. Everybody complains about him. Everybody.
Thank you so much, Hadnet, for that.
We have
actually run out of time. We have just 10 minutes to end this session. I see hands are still up, and I would like to encourage us to continue with this conversation. As you see the program, it says networking lunch. So I'm going to take the questions that are online, and then who has not spoken? One person. Well, that's hard. Let me take the questions online for now. Okay. Online, we have something from, thank you so much. The questions are coming in, and we'll be able to get answers for this as soon as we return. That is, if we return on time. So we have a question from Dr. Felipe. He thanks the panel and the panelists for your presentations. And he says, just to know, if providing a special room in prison for LGBTI cannot be seen, would that be seen as discrimination? So he's asking in that sense. We also have a comment here. We have a question from Sophie, who's directing her question to Mr. Sowedi. How is the police going about fighting corruption in refugee settlements? From my research, refugees complain that they are asked for money in exchange for services. Considering that these are vulnerable groups, does commercialization of these processes not affect access to justice? Very similar to what Hadnet is also talking about. So those are the questions we have. I'll give Chief to ask a question in less than a minute, please. We will share the scenarios later. Just go straight to the point so that we can allow 2 minutes each for the panelists to answer.
Yes, I just want to say a couple of things. Well, yeah, I believe when we look at our refugee system in Uganda, it is a lot easier for a refugee to get justice if you have a settlement from which you're registered. Now, for a lot of you who consider yourselves urban refugees, you understand, it will be very difficult because if you have a settlement from which you're registered, your papers are there, everything is there. You're more likely to get processed easy. I mean, that's what I believe. Because you can give the reference of the settlement from which you come from, what district and what settlement, who's your commandant and all that kind of stuff, and you'll be followed up. In the case of an urban area where crime is high, how are you going? How do they know that the person they're speaking to is a refugee? How do they know you're not actually Ugandan? There are so many questions to be asked here that you as a refugee has to be pro the system in order to get some service deliveries come to you. So I believe yesterday's thing about putting refugees to register at a settlement is paramount in this whole situation, because a lot of people come from wherever they come to the city and don't want to be attached to a settlement, which makes the logistics of everything very complicated and very difficult. And remember, Uganda, we are only developing ourselves, and it's just the kindness of having to host refugees. And please help us to help each other. The police, or the criminal justice system, is perhaps the most poorly funded institution in the country. That is, well, whether from police, prisons, or even army is part of this system, because they also get criminals and stuff like that. All kind of the criminal justice system, the people that you see here, these are people that are workers in the system. These are not people that give the commands in the system. So I think it's great if we could organize a higher level meeting with the real people that are the decision makers, so we can create an environment of change. The police, how much do they get? How much do their children take to go to school? They get paid less than a child's school term. This is the situation these people live in. They have no training, they have no capacity building, except for the grace that Refugee Law Project is now doing and has been doing amongst the police services and other communities. And a lot of these things are not recognized perhaps at some levels, and yet they ought to be embedded in our proceedings in terms of criminal justice. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments on that question. We have questions here that are directed to police. I'll be able to share with you later. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we will not be in a position to have all these. we also have a recommendation here for prosecution-led investigations, but overall, we'll be able to share these questions and have answers. If we can have lunch in time and be back here quickly, we'll be able to have answers to this. So before I hand over to each of you, in a minute, answer the question and your last comments. The question that has come in here that I think I should ask is justice for the rich? So as you summarize, there's a question, is justice for the rich in Uganda? Let's try a minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. What is judiciary doing about gender norms that prevent men and women from accessing justice? It's true there are quite a number of norms that do that, that prevent them, but what judiciary is doing is having open court days, where the Chief Justice or one of the top judiciary officers moves right to the grassroots, the public is mobilized, and they talk to the public about access to justice and many other topics. So that has been quite useful. Judiciary published a handbook for unrepresented litigants, And this book also ministers a lot in that area. But of course, judiciary is also promoting judicial activism. I'm combining this with the bail. Refugee Law Project has been showing this clip a lot, and it has transformed many of judicial officers in respect to grant of bail. In respect to training of refugees, Refugee Law Project is there, and we're here. We can sort that out and see how we can reach an understanding to ensure that from time to time we keep training the refugees. Functionality of chief magistrates. It is indeed a gross indiscipline when you are not at your workstation, and more so consistently. But there are occasions when you may be strained to do that. For example, when I was chief magistrate at Arua, there was no chief magistrate in Nebi, there is no chief in Oboko, no chief in Moyo, no chief in Yumbe. So in a week, I will give 1 day for each court. I was on the move all the time. It also caused a lot of exhaustion. So public service needs to, we're supposed to have 86 chief magistrates, but right now we have 34. So public service has set a ceiling. So that is a big challenge. But if one is out of office for personal reasons, then that is really wrong, and you have every reason to complain to the deputy registrar in the High Court Statute or inspectorate at the High Court here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next minute.
Thank you. 1 or 2 questions from our cultural leader. Prisoners who torture fellow prisoners. It is true. Because of shortage of staff, we engage prisoners to supervise their fellow inmates. And sometimes they go overboard and torture their colleagues. But there are rules. There are rules of engagements. If they commit offenses inside the prison, there is a process of adjudication which takes place there, and they are punished. And one of the punishments could be to remove them from that privilege of presiding over their fellow inmates. The issue of having a special room for LGBT, I compare this with the rights, conjugal rights for inmates in Uganda. Whereas they have that right, it cannot be exercised because we don't have the facilities. So as of now, we are more concerned with reducing the congestion inside our prisons. Then when we have addressed that one, we can now tackle those other emerging issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. The first question is, how is the judiciary and the police planning from using the former judicial system, the social norms? Now, one, the police, we have a program of the community policing, whereby we go to the ground and talk to the people. Now, in case of if it's a child, at times we use, we leave the former justice system to informal, whereby it's diverted either to the probation officer or to the LOC. On minor offenses like assault, maybe affray, domestic violence. Then the second question was preparing a case file. Yes, at times we have a shortage of the CIDs in some of the outposts and outstations. So in any case, if you have a complaint, if your file has not been handled properly, I would advise you either go to the divisional OCCID. There are very many detectives who can prepare that file and expeditiously take in and submit it to RSA. Then my brothers and the politicians, I think politicians are arrested and taken to police and released. And the 48 hours of either murder case Yes, a politician, it depends on which offense has he committed. If it's a minor offense and he has substantial sureties, he can be granted bail. Then on the murder, we have those capital offenses: murder, aggravated defilement, robbery. Those ones we need to expeditiously investigate, and they take some time, whereby there are some expert reports we require before the file is submitted to state for perusal and advice. Then torture of suspects in cells. So at police, each and every morning we conduct what they call the suspects parade, whereby the suspects come out and everyone is given an opportunity to address what happened, which challenges does he have. In a case, if I find out that a suspect was tortured in cell, is charged there and then. We advise that on open up a case against him of either assault and investigate. Then on the members of the issue of the police bond, there are considerations for police bond. A police bond is granted in case you have substantial sureties, and there are grounds the officer, either the OCCID, has to consider before giving the police bond. Then the region at Old Kampala.
Please.
At Old Kampala, we have the Old Kampala Police Division, and there's the Old Kampala Refugee Desk. So I think that one happened at the refugee desk, and it wasn't brought to the attention of the police at Old Kampala. So my sister would advise you, if there's an aggrieved person whose money was taken and that a written interpreter is there, the station is there. However, I'll talk to the head of the refugee desk called SP Savirie and see how we can handle that matter. They need Dr. Philip, the use of discrimination of the LGBTI. Yes, if we are put in a special place, he might feel he's either discriminated, but we are trying to protect his life as well, considering an offense he has also committed. Then how is the police fighting corruption in the settlement centers? We have units and we have the leaders. In a case, if there is a corrupt officer, you can go to his immediate boss. We have the Police Professional Standards Unit. I happen to have worked with camp. I was once the OC station Boyale, and we are handling the refugee matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for sharing with us, the extensive work that you're doing, and some of what considerations are. And I think you've heard also what the challenges are on the side of the users. There are questions here. There are recommendations that we've taken note of. I would like to hand us back to Juliet. But as I let this panel go, I'd like to say thank you so much. Thank you for bearing participants and sitting through this. But also to our participants who are online, I'd like to say a huge thank you. Juliet, over to you. Please clap for the panel as they leave. And you can feel free to clap for me.
A huge thank you to Salome for overseeing these 2 morning panels up to now. I think she deserves another round of applause for doing a great job and moderating that. We will be going for lunch. It's 1:36, and I request that we use 40 minutes to have our lunch so that we can catch up with the afternoon session. And also our participants online can take this time to have their lunch, the 40 minutes, and we'll be back, depending on time zones. For others, it's midnight, so probably dinner or cup of tea for them. For those that is still early morning, they can be able to grab a heavy breakfast as we continue. So with that, let us go for our lunch. And of suspects from one location to the other, meant to beat the 48-hour rule. I hope Afande, when she comes, she can respond to that. We'll put that again to her. And then for judiciary, we have our judicial officers here. I think they say encourage
no, I think this is also for police, encourage prosecution-led investigation, aware that of the fact that prisons is at the tail end of jail system, is there opportunities from warrant officers to challenge the gender pursuit of justice, from police investigation to criminal prosecution, particularly given that the prisoners stay longer than those remanded or convicted. It's a bit not clear. And this goes to police. Is there a possibility of considering recruiting police officers with a bare minimum of legal knowledge, considering this has a package during police training? I don't know if they do that or it's after. I have served in the refugee operation, and it's traumatizing to find a police officer asking a suspect who is wrongly arrested to compensate a Ugandan they claim have been hurt. Refugees are already traumatized and at time and again scared with detention in prison. This pushes them to pay bribes to police officers who have learned the act of manipulating the refugees. I hope with this we can have some responses later. And then this goes to judiciary, that what is your comment on the point that justice is for the rich in Uganda? I hope we can have someone from judiciary to respond to that. And in 1 minute, Salonga, I'll bring the microphone over to you and then take it to the OC Prisons Kitgum to give his comment.
Thank you. Mine is not only a question, but it's a recommendation. Refugees or forced migrants have been found in jail, in prison, or in detention at police. And most of times, they are either released permanently on bond or on bail, or on a police bond or on bail. But the problem is that, as we have said, that it is difficult to get resettlement. Some of them find themselves in the process of resettlement, and their family or relatives have already said it, that they are already in prison. When they come out, it becomes a problem for them to process because they don't have any documented clearance saying maybe they have served their sentence or they were not found guilty. Can this also be put in practice, and they have clear documentation which can also guarantee their freedom and they continue their life as normally? Thank you.
Thank you. In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. My name is Alex, OC Prison. I have comments. Refugee Law Project, as of now, from what I've been hearing, we have legal officers, I think, in most of these places. I request and call for their coordination with the justice institutions to overcome some of the things we're sharing. Like on the issue of bail, if legal officers are there to work with OCCID and the DPP, some of those things wouldn't be there. So let them increase on, improve on their coordination with us, well down there in the field. One other thing that I think our LP should put more emphasis is having legal aid programs that enable these refugees access justice. For example, court sessions. It works. The challenge with the cases involving refugees is distance. Look at the distance from Ramo Court to Palabekal. Look at the distance from Kitugum Court to Palabekal. A refugee is either a complainant or a victim, but given the distances. So if court sessions can be organized and these persons are moved to court, or these mobile courts are moved to the camps, it quickens access to justice for the refugees.
And in 30 seconds, please.
Basically, those are the two. Thank you.
And to reiterate to Afande, this is a recommendation to police or a question asking, is there a possibility of considering recruiting police officers with a bare minimum of legal knowledge, considering this has a package of police training? And this comes from a challenge where stakeholders in the field realize that police officers, when investigating or asking suspects questions, they say that they are traumatizing the refugees and often ask for compensation. And in a rush to get out of detention because of the trauma attached to it, refugees easily pay this money, and they see that as a point of manipulation. And two, there's a question asked also in relation to transfer of suspects from one location to the other, asking that is it another opportunity to beat the 48-hour rule? So if you transfer one to another location, then you are again counting 48 hours. And to judiciary, probably at some point you can comment, not now because you have to get into the session, that what is your comment on the point that justice in Uganda is for the rich? So let's take note of those, and I know that at some point we will be able to respond. With that, let me welcome our afternoon panel with session chair, Peggy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Given that I'm so far away from everyone, can I take off my mask? Is that okay? Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peggy Ayesiga. I work with the Office of the Prime Minister in the Department of Refugees. I am an interviewing officer, and I also do some legal matters arising in the protection of refugees in Uganda. I happened to fall, today I realized when Dr. Chris was addressing us in his keynote address that I happened to fall under the majority of the female lawyers who are in that construct, that gender construct that the female lawyers practice, the soft law, as it is called, like human rights law and international refugee law. I am in that box. So I was very disappointed to learn this morning that I am actually in a very small box of people. And I'm not like the female lawyers who are practicing the hardcore stuff in corporate law, doing the frat stuff. But I think that the point of having engagements like this is for all of us to reflect. Do we fall in a box? Do we fall out of a box? How do we perceive ourselves? How do we present ourselves? And that really informs the kinds of structures that we create in the places that we have been assigned to work. Anyway, so you are all very welcome to day 3 of the 4th Regional Conference on Forced Migration. There are those who are just joining us, and then for those who have been here but need to remember, the theme for the conference is the future of refugee management in Africa's Great Lakes region. The topic for discussion before us this afternoon is the localization model in Africa's Great Lakes region. And we want to know what's working. So we're going to hear experiences from Uganda, from South Africa, and from Tanzania, who will each be given 10 minutes to share. And then we shall have an engaging plenary session where the audience will participate. We have both the physical audience and the virtual audience, and also the online audience. The Refugee Law Project has meticulously assembled an enviable panel comprising of various stellar and eminent persons from different backgrounds. It has notable academics, it has seasoned practitioners, it has passionate advocates. Ladies and gentlemen, who, to put it lightly, have graced us with their time and will grace us with their knowledge today. This is the best panel I have had the pleasure of chairing, to be honest. I think we should clap for Refugee Law Project in that regard. Please follow the conversation keenly. We have a strong online presence. Kindly share your thoughts in the Zoom chat. We also have a live stream on YouTube. You can also follow the conversation on Twitter. The handle for Refugee Law Project is Refugee Law Proj, as if you're trying to write project, but you just stop at the J. I don't know the hashtag. I think we'll share the hashtag at some point. Please engage. Let's keep the conversation alive online. So we'll head straight to a keynote address. We have 2 keynote addresses today, which is why I think this is the best session of the entire 3 days. So we have one that's online, and then have one from the physical, in the physical room here. So we'll start with the online one because it's a bit short. This is Dala, Karunisa Dala, who works with the Open Society Foundation. She's going to share her insights on the localization agenda, and this will be a representation of the keynote address for the online community. So let's first watch that, and then we get into the second bit.
Some of you may know, OSF are the world's largest private funder of independent groups working for justice, democratic governance, and human rights. We provide thousands of grants every year through a network of national and regional foundations and offices. I work in the Protection Division of the International Migration Initiative and lead our work in elevating the role of refugee leaders in policies and processes that affect them with a focus on East Africa. There are over 26 million refugees worldwide today, many of whom live in host countries such as Uganda and have been doing so for over a decade or more. While doing crucial work in supporting their communities, refugees are unable to formally engage in processes that affect their lives for multiple reasons, which include lack of direct funding, lack of for continued engagement from other donors. And this is something that philanthropic organizations like OSF can do. Move faster and take bigger risks than government donors and UN institutions to directly engage with and trial new models and ways of working with civil society. However, the support OSF and other like-minded organizations can provide is only just the beginning. Much more needs to be done by the international community, donors and governments to change the refugee response system to fully benefit and support refugees and host communities. Today, less than 1% of humanitarian funding flows to local groups and even less to refugee-led groups. The current model is not only inefficient and ineffective, but the refugee response is also far behind other sectors, such as the development sector, in supporting community-led approaches. Based on experience from other areas, we know that the most effective reforms to the refugee response system will be those that are designed by and for refugee communities themselves. Uganda, through its progressive refugee policies, provides space for refugee-led groups to organize and participate in the response. This is already a huge step in comparison to other countries in the world where refugee-led groups are not able to register or formally organize. Refugees as burdens in society is a false narrative. More needs to be done by donors, host governments, UN agencies, and NGOs working in the field to shift this narrative. Support to refugee-led groups is key to doing this, through the localization agenda and other initiatives. It's essential for us to all seize this opportunity and work together to ensure that funding models and evidence we're generating during this moment can lead to bigger systems change over time. Thank you.
That was, is there an echo? Okay, sorry about the echo. Thank you so much, Dala. Is she online? Is she following the conversation? So feel free to send in your questions. The first keynote address, the presenter is online, and so she'll be able to follow the conversation. Ezra is in the room, he's at the back. CRF, Ezra, please come and take a seat with the rest of the panelists. You're very welcome. At this point, I'm going to welcome the next keynote address, Dr. Naluwembe Binaisa, who prefers to be referred to as Nalu, Dr. Nalu. Dr. Nalu is an interdisciplinary migration scholar whose research seeks in different ways to understand the multiple intersections within mobilities of belonging, of citizenship, gender, generation, and transnational socio-economic cultural dynamics. She focuses on urban Africa and the wider diaspora, with fieldwork experience in Congo, in Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, and Europe. She is currently based at the University College London and is working with a project titled Citizens of Photography, the Camera and the Political Imagination, with in-depth fieldwork in Nigeria. Prior to joining UCL, she was a research fellow at Max Planck Institute for the study of religious and ethnic diversity, leading a project on mobile telephony and negotiating life in Lagos, Nigeria. Prior to joining Max Planck, Nalu was based at the International Migration Institute, Oxford Department of International Development at the University of Oxford. She was working on the mobility in the African Great Lakes Project and the African diasporas within Africa. This is such an eminent person in the field of migration. Please put your hands together for Dr. Nalu.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to have the opportunity, and I thank Dr. Chris Dolan and the rest of the team at RLP for giving me this opportunity to share some insights from my recent work in Nigeria. But as you heard from my introduction, I'm a migration scholar, and most of my previous work has been here in the Great Lakes region. looking at migration, refugee issues, and as well as different policy and community aspects. So I'll just launch straight in, and I think that this presentation can maybe make a contextual contribution to thinking about the localization agenda. Okay. So as I was introduced, I've been working on a project called Citizens of Photography, the Camera and the Political Imagination. And we propose a fresh look at the role of photography and photographic images in the interactions between forced migration, mobilities, politics, visuality, and representation. So we need to think that ever since the coming of photography in the 18th century, we have been watching photographs and trying to make sense of them, and through them to make sense of the world and our own place in the world. Photographs, or as some people refer to them, image events, help us to name as well as understand what is our story. But these stories are not passive. They're not value-free. They draw on a whole spectrum of symbolic, material, cultural, and political registers. Photography and the images produced are powerful tools in moments of crisis, both for everyday people, advocates, civil society, researchers, artists, but also for those people we define as the others, the refugees, the asylum seekers. But it's important to remember that we all live in a shared world bombarded by images. These images move through a multiplicity of media, and they reach a multiplicity of audiences, both traditional audiences through TV and newspapers, but increasingly now through social media. There is a visual cartography that informs and justifies the policies of frontier states and regions in Africa and Europe. Those identified as transit or origin states who are tasked to patrol multiple borders and contain refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, failed migrants, and those who are caught in a perpetual cycle of risk, chance, arrest, detention, return, or even death. Yet forced migration needs to be understood as a complex, diverse phenomena that intersects a longer continuum that ranges from those who experience it as a one-time event to those caught in changing categories of and cycles of movement. And that these bodily movements are a subset of a wider set of mobilities that include not just human bodies, but the movement of ideas, objects, aspirations, capital, resources, through a range of visible and less visible infrastructures and networks. The point is to think through the range of intersecting factors that have led us to this moment. And when we think about the future, to move beyond numbers and understand how a range of factors at the local and the global level intersect. And I'm not saying that numbers do not matter. But there is also a place for theory to help us think through these things and connect our local context with the larger global context. So the theorist Ariella Azoulay has written an important book called The Civil Contract of Photography. And to summarize, she argues that the coming of photography heralds a new civic space, and that this is a space of co-relationship beyond the limitations and geographical borders of citizenship. You might think this is a very provocative statement, because she insists that from when we see a photograph, from when we then become part of this image event, we are now in co-relationship with it, beyond the limitations and geographical borders of citizenship, beyond the narrow, comfortable positions where we can name them and us. She offers some tools through which to trace the role of photography in normalizing landscapes that entrench power and inequality. Now, the phrase architectures of fear is one of the concepts that calls attention to the visual manifestation of these power relationships that cross and cut the private and public political sphere. That this deployment of photographs is intrinsic to these architectures of fear. Furthermore, that it is the deployment of photographs as image events that concretize the narratives of a state's legitimacy. So these photographs and others similar in nature, there you see a boat on the Mediterranean of Africans trying to reach the shores of Europe. And the other photograph is from a UNHCR website of Congolese refugees on the border of Uganda. So when we see these photographs that have appeared in countless stories about the migrant refugee exodus, in Europe, for example, these photographs are read through the stereotype and the narrative of white savior complex or white Europe being swamped by black bodies. Whereas in Africa, these image events have different readings ascribed to them, which are complex and contradictory. Either they are symbols of people who have no choice, symbols of abandonment, desperation, frustration, or symbols of courage and people with agency trying to seek a better opportunity. Next slide. To draw on Azalea again, she argues that we need to think carefully about the ideological mechanisms that states deploy to cause us to forget. Mechanisms that lead to a three-tiered citizenship of divisions between those who are deemed privileged citizens, those who are non-citizens, or those who suffer from impaired citizenship. And you see in this photograph, it's a range of passport photographs across the ages. Those who suffer from impaired citizenship are the most vulnerable in society. They often occupy and struggle within the gaps of society, unable or hampered in exercising their full human rights because of multiple vulnerabilities, including gender, sexuality, conflict, poverty, to name just some. So that's why it's important to pay attention to this dimension of being governed, because this allows us to rethink the political sphere as a space of relationships between the governed, which is all of us, but not just within the nation-state borders, but across the concept and demarcation of these borders. That our political duty should first and foremost be a duty towards one another. So the power of photographs is that they become a visual insistence on coeval relationships. And coeval is a term which means that my reality is intrinsically embedded in your reality. Through images, we can attempt to rethink and reformulate the boundaries of citizenship as distinct from the nation and the market. And I think you heard the professor yesterday who was talking about the role of which is a role we've had since the coming of capitalism, where also the humanity of us as people is now is also tied into the economy and the market. So this dual rationale of the nation and the market, in fact, feeds the logics of conflict, the logics of poverty, and the refugees that generates asylum seekers, the poor, and those who are trafficked. Next slide, please. So the image on the left relates to an incident at the end of 2017 in Italy, where, which was about the tragic death of 26 African women who were migrants and who were believed to be Nigerian. And it came to the forefront of the media in Nigeria and created a lot of debate on different levels, where the visual became a key modality. In some quarters, there was an outcry about how long it took the Nigerian state to claim these women as Nigerians, because at first Nigeria, the government said these are not Nigerians. And also the fact that there were not even basic consular services and a follow-up, which could have been their minimum responsibility to their citizens. And this funeral photograph, together with the previous photograph of the overladen migrant ship, conjures up and triggers the older referent of the slave ship. And you see that diagram of a slave ship with our grandparents or great-greats on it. This underlines the multiple intersecting layers through which photography operates, as well as the often neglected transnational dimension that continues to have different impacts over time. It is important from the position of the present, and as we look to the future, to be aware of the plurality of social, economic, and political events that embed mobilities along a continuum. I think there was a comment made yesterday of yesterday's forced migrant is today's asylum seeker, is tomorrow's economic migrant. So in this COVID-19 global moment, which only goes to emphasize the no change terms of engagement between Africa and Fortress Europe, the movement of black bodies continues to be portrayed as a crisis for Europe and other countries in the global north. While here in Africa, we continue to struggle with an almost disavowal of our painful history as black people in co-relationship with whiteness. A history whose terms of engagement continue to resonate in the present and have very coming. Is it coming back? Should wait a bit. Okay. As I was saying, that whilst here in Africa, just as the refugees and migrants are portrayed as a crisis for Europe and other countries in the global north, here in Africa, we continue to struggle with an almost disavowal of our painful history as black people in co-relationship with whiteness. A history whose terms of engagement continue to resonate in the present and have very real consequences for us as refugees, asylum seekers, migrants beyond the shores of our countries or our regions or our continent. Especially when the foundation and operationalization of migration and refugee policies beyond the continent never forgets our racial difference. They in fact hinge on that. Next slide, please. Photographs are read and understood in social context. For African women, increasingly undertaking these journeys, the hazards include re-energizing and inhabiting a category of moral deviancy, vulnerable to exploitation and attracting little protection. The photographs in this slide were taken by the photographer Lorena Ross and were featured in 2019, last year, in the Lagos Photo Exhibition under the themes Regimes of Truth. These photographs draw on her work with Nigerian sex workers, documenting their multiple journeys in Italy and Nigeria, and the transnational webs of commerce and criminality that enslave these young women into wretched lives. During my own fieldwork, at the dinner table, in the market queue, in the backwater of rural areas, as well as in the hustle and bustle of Lagos, I was struck by the repetitiveness and resignation in many women's voices when the subject of the 26 was brought up. These are the 26 who died at sea. The phrases repeated ranged from, didn't they know what to expect, to those who said, There is no other work but sex work for African women in Europe. Don't believe anything else. These visible yet invisible women's bodies conjure up the specific burdens that women face, so often cast as the bearers of the nation's morality and sanctity, tasked with maintaining and reproducing the nation, while simultaneously they are the easy referent for all that is deviant or polluting about a people. Next slide, please. Ross's work prompts uneasy feelings, yet also reconfirms a set of stereotypes. It lays bare the high stakes of loss that face Africa's migrants and refugees, that are nevertheless embedded in historical and contemporary fantasies around the hypersexualized black body. The contrast at first glance seems extreme. When you compare the Ross photograph on the right, on the left, sorry, with a photograph taken by an older photographer in rural Nigeria of two young ladies. Although there's a gap in time, one photo was taken in the early 1980s, before the boom in mobile phones, I was really struck by the image because its aesthetics resemble the modern day selfies, two young women like millions around the world taking a photograph together. And in working on this paper and working through all the data I have, I am drawn to ask again, why are images like this rarely juxtaposed or placed in conversation with each other? So what happens when we place these images side by side? What different uneasy pathways do they signal that move beyond the simple dualism of mother, whore, that is often presented or projected onto the bodies of black women, refugees, those who are trafficked, whether escaping war, poverty, violence, or violation of rights? Next image. Yet we can learn from the archives. We can twin old roots of activism and solidarity to new roots of activism and solidarity. In this slide, we see a photograph from the archives of Dr. and Mrs. Ransom Kuti, who was the mother of the musician Fela Kuti. But she was also in her lifetime a political force to be reckoned with. She is seated in this photograph with women from all walks of life who she organized for the betterment of the position of women. This is in the 50s. This is before independence in Nigeria. Dr. and Mrs. Ransom Kuti understood the power of photographs as image events, as she sought to mobilize women, reinforce their role in society, and chart a new pathway of active citizenship with women at the center for the struggle of the people. She self-consciously emphasized the group photograph and always dressed in solidarity in a Nigerian wrapper outfit to symbolize the unity and organization of the women that cut across class and ethnic boundaries, of which we have many, because we live in very hierarchical societies in Africa. Many of these group photographs appeared in newspapers, in campaign posters, and sensitization literature as her women's movement grew. And she traveled tirelessly across the country, forging strategic alliances with women's groups across the region in eastern Nigeria, other parts of West Nigeria, northern Nigeria. In fact, she was the only woman who accompanied the delegation to sue for independence for Nigeria in 1959. And on her return, she carried on working in a Pan-African way across the continent, as well as reaching out internationally. So her example gives us one clear possibility on how we can build alliances that cut across these issues we still have today, issues of class, ethnicity, immigration status. What I'm trying to say is that as we look to the future, we can also learn from other people who've gone before us, but whose names may not be at the forefront of our mind today. So when we think about forced migration in Uganda, we need to think that this is not a Somali problem or Ugandan problem, or even, as our colleague said, Eritreans who are here, or a Kenyan problem or a Congolese problem, let alone our different ethnicities that we subdivide ourselves into. It is not the problem of those fleeing conflict or those fleeing poverty, those who are most vulnerable in our societies versus those whose children go to sleep with 3 hot meals and school fees regularly paid on time. Next slide. Unfortunately, migration generates contradictory assumptions that re-emerge repeatedly in simplistic dualities. These reinforce clumsy policies that are doomed to multiply personal tragedies. And although these simplistic dualities have been confronted, challenged, and shown to be fundamentally flawed, if not just plain wrong, they continue to emerge with uncommon frequency, and they hold high emotive charge. The most common being push versus pull, crisis and conflict versus opportunity and stability, exit versus entry, losses versus gains. And this photograph you see is from the photographer Andrew Esiebo from his series Connecting with God, that shows congregation members of the growing Black-led churches here in Africa and in Europe that preach what has been termed prosperity gospel, passionately praying for a breakthrough that will enable mobility on the road to prosperity. Next slide. In this era where the universally agreed container for political, economic, and moral commons is the nation state, citizens are concomitantly the bodies in whose name the state is governed. But there is an element of hypocrisy that mobilizes particular image events and photographs in local and international media to reinforce the discourse that states need to do more to constrain and stop the movement, whether forced or not forced, of Africans. On the right, you see a photograph from a Nigerian newspaper where you find in the media in Nigeria regularly these types of photographs of returned migrants who are either despondent deportees or they're jubilant rescued women, and these ones have been recently repatriated from Libya. Their jubilation and happiness is almost a performative politics, highlighting the inaction of the Nigerian government in its responsibility to its citizens, many who are languishing in Libya's detention centers. Or others read it as a weak state that continues to struggle to offer opportunities to its jobless masses who have a right to aspire to social mobility. Next slide. In these final two slides, I would like to share two modes of reframing activism, where the liveliness of the image event can be operationalized. Image discourses are increasingly being challenged by some African artists, activists, bloggers, photographers, who are caught and are aware that they're caught in webs of inequality. And what they're trying to engage with is how can we unpack a more complicated story that begins at home in the quest for rights. Whether the right to a life free of conflict, a decent job, housing, education, health, social protection, or a right to the city, all which are often quests that fuel movement. So architectures of fear and aspiration, these infrastructures do not emerge as free-floating national or transnational structures. They are embedded in local contexts where conversations problematizing these image events need to take place, here at home and in our larger African diaspora. So what we see in the first slide is an example of an exhibition which was mounted by an organization called Justice Empowerment Initiative, the Slum Shack Dwellers Federation, and its media advocacy group, and many of whose members live in the slums and informal settlements of Lagos. Many of these communities are under the threat of forced eviction, much as what's happened in Kampala when the city is being modernized, having their homes bulldozed and members rendered homeless. So as an organization, what they did was to bring this particular exhibition into a luxury 5-star hotel called Echo Atlantic Hotel. And it's a typical, it's actually more like a Serena. It's more luxurious than Protea, and not to complain about Protea, but to kind of give you an idea. And so by bringing the exhibition to the equivalent of Serena, they sought to engage with those in the economically solvent class up close with the plight and reality of those who dwell in the slums. In this public space where guests were socializing, drinking coffee, tea, cocktails, relaxing, they were now confronted with an alternative reality, one that they would not normally encounter. So the slum and informal settlements community members, what they sought to do was reframe their situation and remove it from the silo of the poor and disenfranchised and place it within the enclave of the wealthy, to insist that this is a concern for all of us. Last slide, please. In this slide, you see the work of the artist Jumoke Sanwo, and she uses photography very much in her activism practice. The images draw on her long-term conceptual art project called Violated, which focuses on survivors of sexual violence. In her own words, she says, I employ the use of visual magenta and black to explore violation and to delve into notions of isolation, fear, and duality of identity, associated with the emotional and physical states of violation. So these images begin to problematize how photography can reveal alternative architectures of solidarity and representation. We need to recognize these images as coeval, as I've already said, that we are all part of it. And we need to break down the silos that define the refugee, the violated, the trafficked, the insecure as the other. We need strategies that confront the visual registers that underpin the unequal power relations that we endure and also participate in. We need to mobilize the agency of the citizen at home to question the rights gaps that are in many cases predicated on a national and international legal regime that is gendered, impacts LGBTQ people disproportionately, and is, from the other lens of Europe and the global north, racist. There is a necessary instability within boundaries of value. These boundaries of value are real. There is a scale of who matters, who counts, and who counts when. Those who are viewed as alien are also tolerated. Even when we are still viewed as included, we can also be viewed as polluting black bodies. We are required by an international migration system to cross over and bolster ongoing and at times exploitative economic structures. So we need to challenge policies that in many cases reinforce these architectures of fear. We need to acknowledge these self-reinforcing mechanisms and our role in them to help reveal the entrenched fault lines that undergird policies whose failure is witnessed in the violence, the insecurity, and ongoing inequalities in our own region and in the graveyards of the sea and desert. So, as I end this address, and my following papers and colleagues who talk more specifically about the localization agenda, I hope you appreciate the intersections between the local and global that I've tried to highlight, that these have a historical dimension that continues to resonate in the present. So as we go decade by decade, just burying these things and not confronting them, we will still face another regional migration conference in 10 years from now, and we'll still be talking about the same things. So as we're focusing on a regional agenda, there is nevertheless a necessity to remember that we're integrated. We are here in Uganda and in the East African region, integrated into an Africa-wide agenda, and the Africa-wide agenda is integrated into the global agenda. So yes, we need to think about the local, but we cannot take our eye away from the fact that we need integrated solutions. And I can also make a plea as someone who has been a forced migrant twice in my life, as a child and as an adult, that we also need to hold hands with the diaspora and continue these conversations and learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nalu. How many of you understood this presentation? Anyone? Everyone? Just a few? Just a few? Just a few or everyone? That's all, that's everyone. Okay, great. So Dr. Nalu is telling us that we can use photographs because photographs have been used for a very long time to show a certain picture or to address a certain agenda. And I want for her to very simply summarize maybe the very key statements that you made in your last few slides. And maybe you could just summarize for us. So then how do we become architects of hope and not architects of fear? What's our degree of participation? Because in this room, you have forcibly displaced people, and then you also have policymakers who are trying to find solutions for forced migration, and then also trying to find solutions for proper refugee management and also proper management of movements of people that have been internally displaced. So what then do we do? How do we participate? What's our degree of agency?
So you're not a kind chair, are you? You're giving me all the difficult questions. I think I'm not saying there isn't a role for policy that differentiates between a refugee, an economic migrant, an asylum seeker, a return migrant, a citizen, a non-citizen. I'm not saying there isn't a role for policy, but policy does not take away our duty to regard ourselves as fellow human beings. Because if we don't do that, we carry on being in this deep trouble that's very problematic. And those of us, and I'm sure there are others in the room, such as myself, who've been in a range of these categories, right? And you have to negotiate them when you're in them, and you have to hope for the best. But at the same time, when you're out of that feeling of precarity, it's important for all of us to reflect on it. Dr. Chris mentioned earlier in his talk about this movement of Black Lives Matter. I have been 15 months in Nigeria on fieldwork, and I know the issue of racism looks very different from the continent because we're here in our own majority countries, black, in our own one black continent. But at the same time, when policy is operationalized to say there's something distinct about the black body, about the black person, then it's also your concern. So it might not be your concern today because you're living in Uganda, but your own child or your grandchild in the future might go overseas. And wouldn't you want them also to be seen as an equal human being? So these conversations also start at home with us, you know? And so when we're advocating, like the recent crackdown in Lagos when young people were demonstrating about end SARS. SARS is the Armed Police Division. But one of the things they were asking for the police was for the police to be paid a proper wage. Because they felt if the police are paid properly, as well as their training increased, there will be less confrontation of the police against the citizens, right? So I think people themselves have an understanding, we ourselves as citizens have an understanding of some of the solutions. But I think we have to, yes, advocate for the very specific inequalities that we're working on, others, either as policymakers, as civil society, as activists, as researchers, but still not let go of that overall agenda of saying, just as you would like to have, like I said, 3 easy to find hot meals for your own children and the best and school fees to hand for your own children, you equally should want the same for that person in the settlement. Because tomorrow you might also be in the settlement in another situation. For example, as other people have shared over these 3 days about the plight of some of our own citizens who are in the Middle East, etc. Yes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nalu. Can we please give her a very, very big hand clap? That was a very rich presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you. So keep those questions burning. We're going to have a Q&A. The panelists are not going anywhere, at least not until the end of the session. For our online presence, on Twitter, the hashtag is Regional Conference on Forced Migration. It's a hashtag, no space. Please, let's show our online presence. And then for the people on Zoom, we are also monitoring the chat room. Please feel free to give your submissions or your comments, feedback, and your questions thereon. So for our next presentation, we're going to have Mr. Ezra Rubanda. Ezra Rubanda is a seasoned government official who currently serves as the Senior Planning Officer at the CRF Secretariat. The CRF is a comprehensive refugee response framework. It's a coordination platform for humanitarian and development actors in Uganda. What's happening? It was launched in Uganda in 2017, and the CRF steering group continues to champion for the coordination, for the resource mobilization, and for guiding the localization agenda. So we have a very hands-on person from the CRF here to tell us more about it and to also give us insights on what the Office of the Prime Minister is doing to enhance the localization agenda. Please put your hands together for Ezra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One, the Office of Prime Minister has not yet resigned. They continue to serve the refugee response. So no worries and greetings from the Prime Minister himself. My role today is to talk about one of highly sensitive topic called localization agenda. You know, God gave us brains and we're very good at coining words. We coin words, then we give them beautiful faces, and then when it comes to swimming the actual meaning of these words, some steps don't want to get into the river. If for you, you have seen how animals cross Mara, they are there in numbers, but which one do you get in first? And the gonya is there, the crocodile is there. Who wants to get in first? Becomes the question. So today, I have been told of what to say and not what I should not say. So, Madam Chair, the localization model in Africa's great region, what is working is this. I want to begin by, move the slide. By talking about how localization came into place. First thing, I want us to appreciate that the so-called forced migration or response to forced migration is not just like any other situation where you wake up, sit with your wife on a balcony and take a cup of tea and you say, thank you, God sent you to me. No. There are some three forces that are behind or that are pressing response to forced migration. Number one is the true sense and call for humanity. Although the people you see in the response, true inside their hearts, there are those who have the call for humanity. And therefore they toil to ensure that they restore the dignity of humanity. The second force is the battle for space and resources. For those who are in humanitarian, you know. For those who are working in response, you know. We have got a battle for space and resources. Why? Because resources are coming from a common source called donor. If it is from the donor, then we have to again go to the other force. What is his interest? The interest of the capitals. where all these resources come from. What are their interests? Who tells you that there is someone who beats his brother and sister to mobilize money from taxes, then organize this money and say, okay, you go and enjoy. You go and respond. No, these people have got interests. So these are three sources of forces that underpin the process, that underpin the mechanism we are working with in response to forced migrations. That is the reason you hear that some people, some agencies have had money for the entire year, and at the end of the year, people are still suffering. They again pack this money and take it back. Pose a question, why? Move the slide. Those are the things I've been told not to say. Where you hear me jump, then you put a question mark. The case for localized response. What is this whole thing we are talking about? We are simply saying that, please, there is a local community full of actors, and these are the people we call the first responders. By the time you board a plane from wherever you are, in your comfort planning office, let's say where Ezra sits in the office of Prime Minister, where there is AC, by the time you park your Land Cruiser to go and reach the border of South Sudan, there is someone there. Let's not behave like Colonel Sue said, the first man to see Lake River Nile was speak. No, there were always people where, and this is what this perspective is trying to argue out. That please, there are people who are first responders. Your World Food Program, thank you. But by the time you plan with food, do you think these people are dying? You find them, someone has given them food, and that is the first responder, the local community person. And they say they have deep understanding of the context and the needs of the communities with insights, information, knowledge, and know-how that is likely to contribute to a more appropriate, efficient, and effective emergency response. However, during the emergency response, their efforts are always overlooked by bigger institutions and organizations that offer humanitarian response. This is the argument that those people who believe in this perspective we call local response argue. And that down there is the challenge they highlight to be facing. My slide. Then there is a case against the local responders. These people are saying that they are ignorant of protection issues, therefore they need skilling and first build the capacity. Those are the people who are working against the local responders. Their argument is very clear. These people don't know human rights, don't know freedoms, don't know this. So we must first be given time to train them so that they can respond properly. Who teaches people how to give birth? These are functions of humanity and some functions of biology. So how do you want to start to teach someone how to greet an incoming person? They are always part and parcel of local problems, or they are equally vulnerable. These are the arguments that now if you are we have groups we call Sudanic. For those who are not coming from Uganda, we have got a group who are related to the South Sudanese. And these, they are called the Sudanic people. So someone is arguing that for you, a person of Sudanic origin in Uganda, you are most likely to be mingled in the issues in South Sudan because these are cousins, and therefore you are going to be impartial. You may not look at these people the way a neutral person would look at them. We say, thank you. And then they say, you, because you are a poor peasant in a village called whichever, you are equally vulnerable. How can a poor person evacuate another poor person. Those are the arguments. And then they say, they may not have adequate resources, especially in case of large magnitude disasters. These are in issues of logistics, the political power, institutional framework, and generalized will. That the local responders are enshrined with these problems. Yes or no? Just tick on your whichever paper you have. You say yes or no. These are questions, these are issues of subjective to continued interrogation. My next slide. So I've been told to talk about what is working. And my approach is, let me first talk about what is working globally in respect to localization agenda. You hear right now that there is localization, it's an agenda, it's on top of everything. But the question is why? One of the reasons or the drivers for this new perspective of localization is what I'm trying to present here. There is pressure threatening the pressure of the humanitarians. Before, these people would gather money and do whatever they want. But right now, because the impact is not so much, the resources are dwindling. The resources available at the plate of the humanitarian responders is dwindling. Yet the number of people who want services, humanitarian services, keeps increasing. And this is the curve I'm trying to present to you. The green one is showing, the black one is indicating the estimated money, the budget that the global humanitarian response would need, and the green one is showing how much money they have been able to get. When you look at the distance between the two curves, as the gap keeps enlarging from, this was 2010 as you continue towards 2018, meaning that the resources are what? Are dwindling. And therefore, they are trying to think of alternative B, called what? Localization. So that is one factor that is working. Madam Chair, you told me to present on what is working. Next. Resorting to localization agenda. In 2016, the World Summit recommended prioritizing the vision of the skills and capacities of local and national humanitarian actors. Yes, it was a good move, but an inadequate move. Why? You cannot only work with the humanitarian responders and you manage. They are political responders. They are here. My boss is here, RDC. Once you work with only the humanitarian, then you have left them out. So the summit had a very good intention. However, it left some factors, some actors outside. And then in 2017, this becomes the basis why CRRF came into play. After recognizing the weakness in the product of the World Summit, they come and say, now, on humanitarian actors, we add development actors, we add government, we add private sector, the academia, media, and the general public. That's why you see right now, wherever you pass, pictures are taking place, these things are becoming public issues. It's one way of trying to mobilize the local responders to come in and take part in response to forced migration. We move. I come to the case study of Uganda. The grand bargain agreed by I fear the moment you start to talk about where the sensitivity of the matter lies, then it gets off. The grand bargain. By 18 donor countries and 16 aid agencies in May 2016, listed 51 commitments aimed at bringing reform to the humanitarian system, including a set of commitments under Workstream 2. More support of funding for local and national responders was highlighted. This commitment sets a target of 25% global humanitarian funding to be provided as directly as possible to local and national responders by 2018. What a nice target. I don't know, I wasn't here, Madam Chair, but I presume that we have congruencies from different countries. For those countries, you can go back and cross-check in your own country. By 2018, if 25% of the global, of the money that came into your response was for local responders. Cross-check. In 2016, Oxfam conducted a research into country-level humanitarian assistance flows and found that US 166 million entering Uganda in 2015, 19.3 million, equivalent to 18% of the total, reached local and national responders as directly as possible. Out of 25, only 11 did what? Reach the local responders. Next slide. Now, what works? I am continuing to bring out the findings of this Oxfam study. Local agencies are not resourced as equally as their international counterparts from the growth in international humanitarian assistance to Uganda. Finding number 2, in 2016, a total of 154 million international humanitarian assistance was received for Uganda refugee response, of which 87% went to international agencies. The remaining 13% went to local and national humanitarian agencies. I think you can now start to balance, where you can see where the boat is balancing as the term moves. So this is when I was talking about the forces, that one of the factors that is affecting localization is resources. I think I am now giving it some beef. In 2017, the amount of international humanitarian assistance to Uganda more than doubled, and it was looking at 92% for international agencies, and 18% for the local ones. Next slide. Those are areas of question, but those questions may not be mine. I have to put a disclaimer. Now, again on what works. What works is the ethnographic approaches. Ethnographic approaches is divorced from the conventional approach of you sitting in Geneva and you generalize the world to be the same. Come sit in Kampala, generalize the world to be the same, and then you say, here is the plan that works. The ethnographic approach refuses that or contradicts that and says, let's view these interventions, let's inform these interventions from the perspective of the socio-cultural aspects that are affecting these people. Someone comes with an approach. There is a budget to one of the agencies that I looked at. And you know what was taking a lot of the money? Around 56% of the budget was on, yes? Madam Chair. 56% of this money, guess what? Was on GBVs. But when I call here and I contest, I have my colleagues who are coming from the settlements. If we paraded people here, both host community and refugees, and we say identify what your priority problems could be, I don't think GBV would be there. So the question raises, where did you get this information from? Because to us, the custodian of refugees, our biggest problem is how do we have coexistence of these two people. And therefore the best strategy would have been, sit a council of the elders of the refugees with the council of the elders of local community. They will find their way to work out. But present that budget for financing. You are not going to get that money, but someone sits somewhere and designs what works. That's not what works. But unfortunately, I was called here to present on what works. Number two, we are talking about reduce ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism means looking one culture, looking at another culture as inferior, looking at your culture as superior to the other cultures. Those are the problems we have in Africa. Those are the problems we have in forced migration. When the Congolese come here and they meet their Choli, what are the things that bring them together? Those are the things we need to really align. Leverage on social justice systems and enshrine rights and freedoms. I went to Kamwenje in Kamwenje in Wamanja, and I found a group of people who had come to attack the chair, and they were saying, someone married our daughter and took the daughter to Congo. We are here to tell you how to intervene. The man was so wise that he did not deploy police. He said, you go and call me some elders from the community and elders from refugees, and we sort this matter out. It ended. You didn't have to bother prison to put someone in jail, because these are things that people commit humanly. The other thing is local solutions. I don't know whether my picture here, and my predecessor was insisting on pictures, whether my picture here communicates. These are tarpaulins. These are houses made of tarpaulins. The others are houses made of mud, called matto, and grass. Where my elder comes from in Ajumani, the temperature can be hot. The situation can be hot. When they brought these things called tarpaulins, no one could sleep in it because it is too hot during the day. And in the night, a tarpaulin becomes so icy that you cannot sleep in it. Now, these are tarpaulins made in China. Madam Chair, I'm finishing in the next 2 minutes. These are made in China. They are taken to the headquarters of the humanitarian agency and put in a store, very huge store. Then flown to Uganda, put in a store, very huge store. Then get people to go and distribute them. It can take you no time of not less than a month. I mean, not less than a month indeed. But the other approach, grass is there, and the what? The soil is there, and the house is habitable. When you compare the cost between these two houses, you would say, all the money I'm getting from this, the allowances for this, I should give it to this man called Ezra, and I would be happy. But I'm trying to show you that in terms of logistics, there is a lot we can save when we use the local knowledge and the local solutions. My last slide, Mr. President. Yes. I was here to talk about the regional aspects. What works regionally? Local solutions to cause of displacement and restoration of peace in countries of origin. We are going to continue doing ourselves in justice if we think that we are going to wait for the refugees wherever they are, people displaced, and then gather them, then offer humanitarian services, and therefore God will receive us. No. The solution actually lies in strengthening economic opportunities in the societies of low levels of resilience where these shocks are happening. One of the reasons why people are migrating, why people are not resilient to these shocks, is that they are vulnerable, they are poor. Let's face the bull head on. The reality is that these people, wherever they are poor. So one of the efforts, what works, is we must take away the glasses, go to these countries of origin and start to build strong institutions. Try to start to put emphasis on economic opportunities that will make them what? Strong. Then we must now start to look at the change agents. We need to start to work with political leaders. I had an analogy I wanted to bring to this attention, but the chair cannot allow. But one of the things that I wanted to share with you is that there is a project that we are working with in northern Uganda, and this project included planting of trees. That the actor would cut trees to plant another set of trees. One of the local leaders came in and intervened and said, no, stop. Now, because the reports are very well written, quickly it had reached the Prime Minister that so and so a local leader, a cultural leader is intervening in the activities of a licensed agency. He says, you man, you go there and find out. When I reached that place, I met the local leader, a cultural leader. For them, when you start to say this, a leader of the community. I said, here is I am. He said, okay, thank you. You are here to represent the Prime Minister. On this matter, I said, yes. He asked me 3 questions. The first question was, and you can write it for me there. He asked me, 1 minus 1 is what? That's the first question, I'm asking it to you. Okay, the second question he asked me was, 1 minus 1 plus 1 is what? You write it, please, because we're coming back to it. 1 minus 1 plus 1. Then the third question he asked me, 1 plus 1. I said, I have heard. Last question he asked me, if you are given the sign of greater and less. I said, yes, sir. And you are given the figure of 103. How do you relate them? I said, 100 is greater than. He said, okay. Much as you didn't come with anything from the Prime Minister for me, get a cock and say bye-bye. He said, send good messages to the Prime Minister from the people, from my people. I couldn't get the answers. Now, what do I put on the paper to report to the Prime Minister? Now, this per diem now became what? Sour. What do I put on paper? The Prime Minister wants a report. You are the one, write it for him. I take it. Now, fortunately, 2 weeks later, I got to know that this cultural leader is going to be in one of an event like this one. So I went, and unknowingly, I met him on lunch table. And we talked and talked and talked. That's when he was able to break for me and give me what he meant. He was asking me, you are coming to plant a thick tree, but you are cutting a local tree. Are you adding value or not? This is a local responder, Mark you. My answer on that one is what? 0. Second question. He was asking 1 minus 1 plus 1 equals 1. Isn't it? Now, you are coming to plant a tree, but you have just removed another tree. So is there value addition? No. So he's telling me that if you are thinking, get one tree, add it to another tree that you have actually found, and I'm working with you when I have to what? So all the intervention we are talking about should be adding value. 1 + 1 = what? 2. Otherwise, before, we are just doing nothing. On the third question, the fourth one, I realized that this man meant that I am stupid enough to cut a tree that takes 100 years to grow because I want to plant simu of 3 months. You get what I mean? Now, when we get a crash, so from there I came and developed a valuation continuum, and I called it King of Muddy Continuum. I'm going to publish it, and the gentleman is here. Your Majesty, sir. So when I heard that he's coming to this congregation, I said, oh, wonderful. Let me go and meet him. So, Your Majesty, thank you so much for accepting our people and for continuing to really serve them. So, this is what I would want to share. The rest are in this. I'm talking about institutional policy frameworks and regional protocols. This is very important. When you go to sit in East Africa, it's one of the regional bodies. What do you discuss there? What is discussed there? Has any one of us tried to know what is on the agenda? Are the numbers of South Sudanese moving into Uganda and other countries discussed? How about the Congolese? What is discussed when the president of Congo meets the president of Rwanda? These are the what? The matters. So if my conclusion comes last, if localization agenda is to work, the man is sleeping. My conclusion is that localization agenda is very cheap, whether we want or not. It's a cheap option, but it requires expensive decisions. And part of the expense in these decisions is to open eyes and be bold and say, this is where the solution lies. On behalf of my boss, I thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity, for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Ezra. Very interesting presentation right there. But I think the key takeaways for me would be that our interventions in these great and big policies should be adding value, first and foremost, to the local population. They should be adding value to the soil. They should be adding value to the host communities. And then we should also engage local responders. And I think that one of the important commitments made at the Grand Bargain, was that we need to engage more people affected by the decisions that are made in these policy-making rooms. And so, yeah, I think, so King of Madi is that's excellent. Your intellectual property, Your Royal Highness, please do not slack on your rights on that. But I think that Refugee Law Project is using a very good model in terms of participation, because we have in this room not only just civil society or government officials, but we have people who are very, very directly affected by these decisions. And then we also have people that are very hands-on who are implementing these decisions. So I think that the engagement level for the Refugee Law Project model is quite excellent, in my view. I don't agree with you, however, on the simplistic, there's so much murmuring in the room. I don't know. Let me walk around before I invite our next presenter. I think that I don't agree with the overly simplistic view that solving the economic problem or trying to do away with poverty will then stop forced migration. Because a big part of the refugees that we receive In East Africa, I juxtapose that against the ones that are received in Southern Africa, that's survival or economic migration. In East Africa, we really do receive people who are politically persecuted, who run due to climate change, or who run due to conflict. And you see then your economic intervention in their country of origin is not going to do much to solve their problem. So I think that that's an overly simplistic, but I'm open to debate after this. This is not a view of my employer, this is my personal view. I am just trying to throw the ball back to Ezra. So, but our next presentation is online. We have a very strong online presence. I don't know if any of you is tweeting these things. I don't see your comments. I don't see you tagging Refugee Law Project. Please do that. Our next presentation is from Dr. Romola Adeola. I'm almost certain I haven't pronounced that right, but she will correct me when she comes on. The good doctor works at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. She's a senior IDP research associate at the University of London and leads the Global Engagement Network on Internal Displacement. This person has published various articles and various books, ladies and gentlemen. One of the books is titled The Internally Displaced Person in International Law, where she examines the protection of the internally displaced persons under international law. She also has authored Development, Induced Displacement and Human Rights in Africa. This is a book written in the context of the 2009 Kampala Convention. And so it examines how a balance can be struck between the imperative of development projects and the rights of persons likely to be displaced in Africa. Okay, the next time you interrupt me while I'm doing an introduction, I'll end you. She has also authored The Art of Human Rights, and this book advances an innovative pattern of thinking that explores an intersection between art and human rights. And I really was thinking about this book when I was listening to your presentation, Dr. Lalu. But let's get online to listen to the seasoned scholar in migration and displacement.
Thank you very much. Can you see me?
Great, yay. We can't see you yet, but we can hear you.
Is it better now? Can you see me?
Yes, perfect. Yes, thank you.
I think proceed with thank you. And social justice mechanisms to enshrine human rights and also advance local solutions. So really building on the local content within this particular paradigm, also given the fact that some of these issues resonate within this context. And it's from there that we often see some of the challenges in relation to integration, particularly of forcibly displaced populations, and of course refugees particularly significantly within local context, as we see as well within various contexts in Africa. And I think that the narrative you presented also rings true.
within the South African context, particularly in thinking through the challenges of local integration and what needs to be done in a more systemic manner. And on this note, I would really like to thank the Refugee Law Project for the very kind invitation to speak at this pertinent event and to reflect on the experiences from South Africa with respect to the localization agenda. And I would say that when I really saw the title of the conference, I found it quite interesting that it sort of seeks to consider the future of refugee management in the Great Lakes region. But of course, having broader implications for Africa as a whole, and of course, the brilliant lineup of presentations also reinforce the significance of really reflecting, I would say, on the pertinence of refugee protection beyond the rhetoric of norms and policies, and really also looking at how to translate these into actual practice across the various countries, particularly also in this area of global transformations. And I'd really like to go into the subject of discussion, which is really reflects on the ideation of integration in the South African context. I must say that from the start, I think there's a significant, of course, there are partner similarities, but then also in terms of Uganda's progressiveness within the context of refugee protection, I must say that that's very, one can also say in some way within South African context over a period of time we saw that, and that was something that was significantly also emphasized about South Africa globally, and to see Uganda also sort of doing that pertinently is globally and becoming that beacon of hope is also very significant. And I would say that in terms of both countries, I think we see progressive systems, particularly also in the fact that there are no encampment policies and really just ensuring that refugees can integrate locally. And post 1999. The legal landscape of South Africa was actually structured along a progressive system, and we see this evidently manifested in the constitution, in rights-centered legislations, significantly of interest also to our discussion. We see this in explicit, for instance, in the Refugee Act of 1998, which affords refugees full legal protection, which includes the rights set out in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. As such, the narrative being that refugees are entitled to all the rights enshrined in the Constitution as every other person in South Africa, but of course, save for the right to vote and probably the right to stand for political office, which is often given to citizens of a particular country. But the Refugee Act also recognizes specifically the right of refugees to seek employment and also basic health services and basic primary education with which inhabitants of South Africa from time to time receive. So it's really progressive in terms of its elaboration of protection, which is significant. But over the last 2 decades, we've seen a significant challenge in terms of implementation of actual protection. And not only has there been challenges in terms of the asylum procedure, of course, there have also been a widespread socioeconomic and political implication of access to protection across the Republic. Now, there's of course a legally conducive space, if one were to think about it in terms of asylum processes, but the clogs in administrative processes as well sort of reflect And in fact, there were concerns, I recall as far back as I think May, where, during a period of strict lockdown, where, there were concerns about, migrants and refugees being excluded from to play out. And I think that probably within South African context, even from an institutional perspective, there's often a focus on the Department of Home Affairs. And of course, this is important given their place within and I think this has really come up in terms of some of the challenges we see particularly considering the need for integration and how that sort of plays out. And the conversation really has to be one that is bottom up, because when the rhetoric often finds expression, this xenophobic rhetoric that we see is often at the grassroots level. But there's also a dimension we've seen in recent times in South Africa, which is really also the fact that this rhetoric have moved to to digital platforms, finding expression in various narratives. You say, for instance, on Twitter and Facebook and the rest of that. And evidently, this is against the broader conversation around massive unemployment within the state and the fact that there are no adequate socio-economic spaces. But of course, it is not, foreigners taking jobs, that accounts for the massive levels of unemployment. Definitely not. And as such, the narratives that often draws such linear projections are evidently not supported with concrete evidence. But what we've seen is that the slogan has sort of been driven by political narratives, and we've seen that even at the level of government, where one would expect a level of political consideration in order to ensure that one builds a cohesive society as against dividing people across various lines, and also sort of thinking back to pre-1994 and the rest. So we've seen those narratives sort of playing out there and being fanned by the embers of societal frustrations with growth rates, evidently from the promise of a new South Africa post-1994. But I think there's also a sense in which this is reinforced by indifference by the security sector, particularly in protecting foreign nationals. But then in terms of addressing this, all of those institutional, I think a comprehensive agenda towards ensuring that various institutions are engaged within that process has also come up as being very pertinent. And I think in the South African context, there's also the fact that a pertinent place where we've often seen protection oscillate, and not just protection, but in terms of the court trying to, or rather in terms of strategies towards promoting cohesion, we've really seen that coming also from an active judiciary, being quite vocal, not least of course the Constitutional Court also reinforcing that. And the South African context has evidently reflected imperative also building on strategic litigation and how that could sort of advance issues. But it's really the activism of the civic space and I think the media that drives the momentum in many ways, from faith-based organizations to academic institutions, non-governmental organizations, refugee-led institutions. But to sum up quickly on the point, and I see that time is going, I'll just really sum up. I think the South African context reinforces the importance of developing a systemic approach, which is bottom-up, towards refugee protection, also considering host communities as part of a larger conversation of socio-economic development, but of course not to say that the existing challenges within the country are based on the entry of refugees within the country, definitely not. And perhaps one good way of pulling this together, and I think something that sort of resonates also within the South African context, is really to just have a national action plan, and maybe just to sort of draw on this, in 2019, last year, the South African government developed a national action plan on xenophobia and racial discrimination and racial and related intolerances, really to sort of breach that divide and to develop a national roadmap in terms of advancing protection, but then also building social cohesion across board. But it's interesting that specifically xenophobia was mentioned, because again, it's also a departure from the denialism that we've also often seen in terms of how their relations or their relation, the state, or rather some parts of the state relates, or some officials relates to the facts that come up in relation to some of these concerns. But really, it's important to say that plans are only as good as processes, right, that are established to drive them. And as such, the place of political commitment cannot be underemphasized, evidently. And I think, driving political will towards local integration will require understanding the triggers that drive processes. In the South African context, the civic space, of course, being very important. And perhaps here, it is pertinent to also reinforce the importance of strengthening civic spaces that are coordinated by refugees as well. And I think there's also there's also the evident need, of course, for trained decision makers at various levels of governance, particularly in terms of service delivery at municipal levels. And of course, also speaking or having frank conversations or very deliberate processes towards conversing with the private sector. Also in light of the market-driven narratives that often drives the processes of economic formations within various countries, and of course South Africa, as with most of the countries also in Africa, towards economic liberalism and the rest. But in order to really sort of plan strategies, I think it's crucial to also reinforce the need for data. And I think the idea of data often sort of comes up as being very pertinent, important, and needful. And we often say this population as we have this population, X population, Y population, as refugees within the state. But in terms of response, it's also important to sort of consider the multidimensionality of integration as not just one that touches on the monolith of a group as being refugees, but then also thinking through specific categories within the homogeneity of that group. Not least, of course, women, children, persons with disabilities, and other categories of importance. And I think we cannot sort of underemphasize that, the essence of platforms as well for community-based conversations around bridging the divide that may sort of hinder or affect social cohesion. So I think on that note, I'd just like to stop here. I see that I thank you so much, Madam Chair, for allowing me, I think also a few minutes to speak over time, but I thank you so much, and I look forward to further engagements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Romola. You were pretty fast, but I hope that we all managed to follow. But I think the short of her insights were that, because with localization, we need to engage more and more local actors. She pointed out very clearly the need to engage the private sector. And that is not only limited to just capacity building and strengthening mechanisms. She says that we also have to be keen on the processes that the institutions that have been put in place are following. And then also in terms of there's need for data, there's need for more and more data in South Africa to be able to become, I think, to take charge of the localization agenda in terms of forced migration. I don't know if she said she would be rushing out after her presentation, so maybe her questions, those of you who have burning questions for her, let's just do this on Zoom.
Maybe we can get her Twitter handle so that we keep the engagement flowing even after the conference is done. Yes. I'm not a strong believer in energizers. I just need a reassurance that everyone is paying attention, at least like 70% of the room. I'm not a, this is such a serious event. I hope that everyone is engaged to the degree that you know the seriousness of this is. So before we go to our next presentation, I would like to ask if any of the panelists has a comment to make about Dr. Rumola's presentation, or should we just skip into it? Any comments from the panelists? From the panelists first? The panel first, the people in power first, and then the people who are being ruled second. Anyway, so tea will be coming up shortly. Please bear with us. Tea will be coming up shortly, and then all those other nice things that come with the end of a conference. So do not be discouraged. Let us just push through a bit. We're going to have Dignity Kwanza. Dignity Kwanza is a Tanzanian-based national not-for-profit organization. It was established in 2008 to supplement other stakeholders' efforts to find solutions for problems facing marginalized and vulnerable populations in Tanzania. They offer legal assistance, community empowerment, support, advocacy, capacity building, and awareness raising in their country of operation. So let's just have that briefly, and then we will, let's please push through. Burning questions, let's do that online. We're going to, we're going to keep track. Let's keep this conference alive. Let's keep this conversation alive even after we close shop in Portea and go back to our different jobs and assignments. Let's keep in touch on the internet. There's so many avenues. I feel like Twitter is one of the best ones because you can always tag Refugee Law Project. It's not like a Zoom call that's going to come to an end. It's not like a YouTube Live. We have a YouTube Live. You can tell your friends about it, to see your cool faces on the internet, and also to hear the serious discussions that we are having. Yes, so let's continue the conversation online. The hashtag is hashtag Regional Conference on Forced Migration, and the Twitter handle is at Refugee Law Project, as if trying to say project, but at Proj. I think, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Tanzania. I'm happy to be part of this fourth regional conference on forced migration, and I would like to join others to congratulate the Refugee Law Project, as it was said yesterday, for consistently organizing this conference, especially now with the COVID-19 challenges that we're facing. This is one of the forums in the region where actors get an opportunity to exchange experiences, share progress, challenges, and opportunities that will enable them to manage forced displacement better. I'll continue to ask the Refugee Law Project to invite government representatives from the region, especially from my country, Tanzania. So happy to learn that localization is going to be part of what will be discussed during this conference. And this is because Dignity Kwanza is leading the efforts to advance localization in Tanzania. And for us, this is an opportunity not only to share what we're doing, but also to learn from other countries within the region. So despite being in the agenda for several years, localization is still a new concept in Tanzania. So donors and international organizations are pretty aware of what localization is and what it entails. But unfortunately, for local actors, this is not the case. So we depend much on the goodwill of the international NGOs and donors to see localization being realized in Tanzania. But as recent of last year, 2019, a few national NGOs started growing interest in the concept. So a research partnership known as Local Engagement Refugee Research Network, that is a partnership involving different actors from within and outside Tanzania. But for Tanzania, it is being led by Dignity Kwanza, conducted a research on localization, and the objective of this research was to examine opportunities and challenges for localization initiatives in Tanzania. So among the research findings were that the government and local civil society lack familiarity of what localization is in practice. And also it was found that there is high degree of uncertainty among local civil society organizations due to shrinking space and cumbersome procedures imposed on national NGOs. But also the research found that treatment of refugee operations continue to be refugee operations continue to be treated as emergency response rather than protracted situations which require long-term planning. But also it was observed that there's lack of long-term funding that is devoted to strengthening national NGOs, and also there was a question of accountability and transparency on the side of NGOs. So following that research, the Tanzania Refugee and Migration Network, which is also known as Tereminet, decided to sensitize its members and other humanitarian actors on the concept of localization as the first step towards seeing its implementation in Tanzania. So it started with simple training, which was conducted in May 2020. And later, Tereminet secured a small funding from ICVA, and through this funding, they're able to organize a full-day workshop for its members and other NGOs to discuss localization. And some few recommendations from this workshop include that Tereminet should summarize the commitments that donors and INGOs made under the grant again, to make it easy for national NGOs to understand and follow up on them, but also to identify supporters from amongst the donors and the international organizations, but also the government who would support the movement towards realization of localization, but also to organize donor roundtable in the future. So last week, Tereminet organized yet another workshop for government officials. So various relevant government departments and agencies participated, including the Disaster Management Department, which is under the Office of the Prime Minister, but the Office of the Registrar of NGOs was also part of it. The President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, Immigration Department, and the Anti-Trafficking Unit. The Refugee Services Department was also invited, but due to other competing priorities, they could not be part of that workshop. And the workshop unanimously recommended that a short paper on what localization is should be prepared, and it should also contain the requests that we have from the government, and then it should be presented to the high-level government team. And also it was agreed that one government department should be appointed to lead these efforts. So that's where we are. We are looking forward to working on these recommendations, but we're already seeing opportunities and possibilities of the same being successful. So one of the opportunities Tanzania recently, and this is looked at as an opportunity, especially where support from the government is required. But also it could also be a challenge, especially when we look at the current context where the space for civil society, national civil society is shrinking rapidly. But we have also seen that for the local actors that are working with UNHCR, just recently, UNHCR has agreed to give 4% as partner integrity fund, and this is basically a restricted fund that they didn't have before. Of course, it's still 4%, while the international NGOs have 7%, but it's a step forward. But also within Tanzania specifically, we have noted that on individual basis, donors try to find means to support local actors that they see that they have potential. But there's also a growing local or national umbrella organizations that act as a basket to pull funds from different donors and have the same access by national NGOs that cannot access the fund directly from donors. But also these umbrella organizations are also trying as much as possible to strengthen capacity of these small national organizations. So these are some of the opportunities that we're seeing. Of course, there's the Global Compact that was also presented a good opportunity not only to Tanzania but to other countries as well. So that's basically what we are doing as far as localization is concerned in Tanzania. So for us, it's still a work in progress, and I'm happy to hear experiences from other countries within the region as far as localization is concerned. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dignity Kwanza. All right. I think we're now back, even on Zoom. Perfect. So the last person we're going to have speaking to us before we break, we're going to have one more person speak, and then we will have a working tea, which we shall we'll use to try and save time so that we can do a Q&A with our panelists and also engage the audience. I haven't seen any questions online yet on Zoom or from the chat on the YouTube live, so I think we're still good to go. For now, the physically present participants take, I think, priority. So we're going to have Mr. Robert Hakiza to share his a brief comment, really, and a few insights on the localization agenda. Robert Hakiza is a refugee from the DRC. He has been living in Uganda since 2008. He is a co-founder and executive director of the Young African Refugees for Integral Development, YARID, which is an NGO based in Kampala, and it was established to unite urban refugees through avenues like sports, English classes, and vocational skills trainings to address various social issues that refugees living in Uganda continue to face even after they have been given international refugee protection here, such as ethnic conflicts, unemployment, limited access to the public health facilities, to mention but a few. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Hakiza. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to all my predecessors and for nice presentations. And again, thank you so much for Refugee Law Project to give me again this opportunity. So
because I have really only few minutes, I'm going just to go straight to my presentation, and then of course we're going to get questions and after. So in my presentation, I'm going to focus on localization in refugee context, where I'm looking at local organization working with refugees, including refugee-led organization. The global policy framework for responding to large refugee crises, as articulated in the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, CRF, and the Global Compact on Refugees, clearly emphasizes the importance of refugee participation and support for the contribution of local civil society in the refugee response. According to CRF, a comprehensive refugee response should involve a multi-stakeholder approach that includes national and local authorities, international organizations, international financial institutions, civil society partners, including faith-based organizations, diaspora organizations and the academia, the private sector, the media, and refugees themselves. In relation to civil society partners, including those that are led by refugees, the Global Compact on Refugee notes their important role in assessing community strength and needs, ensuring inclusive planning and implementing programs. On participation of refugees, the Global Compact on Refugee further explained that responses are most effective when they actively and meaningfully engage those they are intended to protect and assist. So the Global Compact on Refugees recommends strengthened consultative process that enable refugees and the host community members to assist in designing appropriate, accessible, and inclusive responses, and the development of strategies for inclusion and, of refugee and the host communities in key forums and the processes. So localization has captured the world's attention because of its intention to enhance aid effectiveness by putting local actors at the forefront of humanitarian actions. However, its application is still questionable. Its implementation is shaped by individual perception and understanding. The question here is, how does localization agenda affect local participation in the refugee response in Uganda? So Dr. Ojok, in his state case study in Uganda, says how in Uganda this expression about localization shows continuous confusion around localization and lack of clarity or uniform meaning with the humanitarian agencies. Everyone defines it in its own way. And there is no formal regulation concerning localization on the ground. Moreover, there is no formal institution or agency with power or authority to enforce this idea. For example, the implementation of some policy frameworks like CRRF, REHOP, Dr. Deep, is cited as the way localization is being put in place. As per the local definition of localization, the policy frameworks aim at benefiting both refugees and the host community. In most cases, the assistance to refugees is still considered as a charity by the aid agencies, meant to help the refugees survive or meet their basic needs. And their needs are not adequately met because of insufficient resources available. With this, the power to decide on what to do, how to do, and where is placed, the hands of the humanitarian agencies who have no formal or legal responsibility to consider the opinion of those they intend to serve. And there is no framework to check whether the inputs from the beneficiaries are integrated into the project. The above perception takes away the participatory rights of the refugees in decision-making. Moreover, it pertains the issues that affect them directly. It gives more decision-making power to the aid interveners to decide on behalf of the refugees. The humanitarian agency justify their funding by portraying refugees as helpless, vulnerable, and desperately in need of external intervention. Refugee leaders themselves still feel they have no or little influence on decision-making processes. Refugee-led organizations are still suffering of lack of recognition and do not receive funding and support, despite the great work they do to support the other refugees. I think we are all witnesses of the role played by the refugee-led organization during the COVID-19 lockdown here in Kampala and in Uganda in general. For instance, my organization, when we noticed a change in the request for the help and support coming from the community, people who used to secure their own food and shelter, and they used to approach us for skills training and education opportunity, were now calling us asking for food. Very quickly, we managed to mobilize resources using online platform. Yarid has distributed food and non-food items to the most vulnerable communities, refugees including national, identifying recipients through community network, delivering on border, a motorcycle, where needed, and reaching over 1,000 households. Yarid also realized that there was a gap of communication and a need to raise awareness about COVID-19 among the refugees community. So we started sharing information from a reliable source such as the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health in the language that refugees can understand. And again, the Open Society Foundation came in to give us more funds to continue providing the support up to now, and we say thank you. I'm happy Madam Kairun is there watching, participating in this conference. So in Reno refugee camp, Rhino, in northwestern Uganda, the Youth Social Advocacy Team, another local organization led by South Sudanese refugees, supported the community by tackling misinformation and communicate measures to stop the spread of COVID-19. They also supported with food distribution, organized radio talk show, and distributed soap and masks. Some are engaged as informally as some refugees, as we know in Uganda, are engaged as informally as casual workers, as translators, loaders, and ushers, with no decision-making power and has no impacts on their assistance. In the somewhere local community, elders are used in mediating or solving conflict which sometimes happen between refugees and the host community. So localization is not about employing refugees to help in the implementation stage as a way to localize the process. Participation and integration of local actors, including refugees in the planning and design stage of intervention are limited. So the intervention approach is mostly top-down approach. The international agencies are in the lead. As we're talking now, we have seen a growing movement for refugee participation. There are some positive signs that the CRF and the Global Compact on Refugees, both local and global level, promises of increased refugee engagement and participation are starting to take hold. Like in Uganda, we know, for instance, in CRF, there is a representation of refugee there. For example, during the first Global Refugee Forum in December, that's at the global level, refugees were represented at high-level panel alongside government, business leaders, and UN agencies, while only 2% of the approximately 300 participants were refugees. This still represented significant progress. So we've seen, for instance, also the report from Honorable Bob Rai, Special Envoy of Prime Minister of Canada on humanitarian and refugee issues, recognizing the contribution of refugees-led organizations in COVID-19 response. refugee-led organizations add clear value to international responses and help fill critical gaps. They should be trusted partners in future responses. In conclusion, as humanitarian aid actors, the exclusion of local actors, including refugees, in decision-making processes creates imbalance relationship. Moreover, it increases dependency on decisions made by international aid agencies. Yet, local actors have capacities and that need only enhancement. Besides, they are placed in the better position to understand the local needs that will promote the sense of ownership and sustainability. So thank you so much, and I think I can stop from here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You continue to re-echo. There's also an echo here. You continue to re-echo a very important point in including forcibly displaced persons in the decision-making processes of the decisions that affect them. You know, and I continue to applaud the Refugee Law Project for championing this and for being, you know, yeah, let's clap for them. It's excellent. I don't think that I have seen an organization that does this, that does it to the degree that Refugee Law Project does it. And so maybe if there's an award for the best implementer for the commitments made at the Grand Bargain, Refugee Law Project, if there is such an award, should get it. Thank you, Mr. Hakiza. We're going to go to our Q&A. How many of you have questions by show of hands? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it just 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 questions. I don't know if we have the time for all of those. Let's have a working tea. Let's just be quiet and orderly, and then we continue into our Q&A. Is that all right? Even if you said no, I was going to impose. Okay, so I'm going to start with His Royal Highness to shoot. Please keep your questions brief in the interests of time. Oh, perfect. There's a microphone.
Thank you very much. Because we're coming to the end of the conference, I just needed to slot in a couple of things, because yesterday my hand wasn't picked.
What?
In regarding the realities
of
the future of refugee management in the Great Lakes region, or conflict management. As we have had the speakers previously, I'd like to point you out to the issue of yesterday that was raised by the main speaker about cultural orientation. That was Muriel. And I just want to let you guys know, all of us know. You see, when you have cultural orientation on resettlement, and you don't consider cultural orientation on settlement, because when we settle people, we've given like our lands freely. Not a pence, not a lugabira has been given for this land. For however long, the refugees could be here for possibly 50 years. And the issues of cultural orientation get struggled with by us, the cultural leaders, without no funding, no backing, no nothing. And yet, as you have heard, international agencies are receiving 90%. 92% of these funds. So it doesn't make real sense. There's the other issues of, there's also this, let me leave that one, because it's kind of controversial. What I think is that in resettlement as well is that people that are registered in settlements need to be considered more for priority resettlement, because these are people that have left the countries like South Sudan with all their properties destroyed, and they have come into settlements because they can't afford to be in big cities. and many of them have lost their people. They should be reconsidered more for resettlement, rather than those people who can afford to come out to our big cities. And when it comes economically unviable, they want to be relocated, I feel. You understand? They need to be considered more because they are in the settlements. And these are our legal settlement areas for refugees, as thus far. But in relation to pertaining to the issues, for example, of where you acquire land from our communities in relation to the settlement. Right now, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen in this room.
Please, very, very quickly,
The
sir,
issue is
with
that...
all due respect.
The issue is that today, 2020, December, and 2013, there are two big issues. Our communities are tired. They are choked, they are bogged down, and they are abandoned and totally fed up with the policies of the UNHCR and the OPM, not persons, but the institution in our governance that should be representing their interests in the setup of refugee hosting. Remember that in Uganda, it's only Changwali or Changwali that is the gazetted refugee space. The real space is that in Adjumani, where we host a lot more refugees than anybody else. The spaces in Obongi, this is all Madisa region. The spaces in Yumbe, these are spaces I asked for. In Lamo, these are spaces we asked for. All these people, all these communities, when they get nothing at all, and right now, the UNHCR was looking for space to cultivate. For example, we went and spoke to our people to give land. When we went to the people, local politicians and local business persons, they got in first because the information was leaked to them, and they gave so-called private lands. When they could have gone and done a double working where they planned together with the host communities, and both the refugees and the host communities benefit from this kind of inputs. Now, in the lack of this, we are thinking of the future. Where will Uganda get the space to host refugees? Because right now, the name of Uganda sounds so good, and the refugee hosting policies are so hyped up all over the world because of our kindness. Our kindness. The government has never paid a penny for the land it sits on. Lastly, these lands that we have given, our local government, they go on and say, oh, these are like government lands right now, as if they are being given to government and stuff like that. Let me tell you, if there's forced migration or anything, this is a warning, a conflict early warning system. Let it ring the bells in the office of the Prime Minister, that there could be a conflict brewing in the north, for where you'll take mambas and all these kind of things, simply because you want to impose yourselves over the will and the lands of our people. So this is just a warning I'm giving in this sitting, as it's the final nani. So this is just a warning. Thank you very much. Take it to whomsoever is of concern.
All right. Hold on. Can we have a show of hands for those with questions? I'm going to assign you numbers, and you're going to have to remember them. So I'm going to start from the back and then work our way to the front. 1. Dr. Frank, 2. Prisons, 3. David, 4. 5, 6. Okay.
I will be quick.
Thank you.
Thank you, the panelists. Mine goes to Ezra. I was very fascinated by your presentation, but fast forward is on the positionality of government. And my question is very specific on the on localization in the sense that OPM gets MOUs, has MOUs with all the implementing partners and donors and etc. in this, I don't want to call it a game, in the management of refugees. And then here we talk about localization and how these international players are imposing some of these very ugly things you talked about, the taplings and etc. Then where is our position as government? Where is the protection of our people? Where is the protection of the refugees themselves if we are talking about localization and we are the very people who have the upper hand on the international players who are at the same time giving us the money? Thank you.
Okay, next.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm also going to be very brief because of time. My first question goes to Dr. Benaisa. I like this method, photo voice, photos to, they really send a strong message. They speak on behalf of the voiceless. But my question is, how do we use it in forced migration, forced migrants? Making them speak, but also the question of, what do I say, confidentiality, putting out pictures out there. How do we, negotiate the question of ethics and pointing out pictures there and so on? For me, when it comes to forced migrants, I feel like, this method is good, but how then do we reconcile the questions of confidentiality and all that? Then my OB, Makerere, Ezra, you've told us what is working, so what is not working?
Before, we also have one from our community on Zoom. This one is to Ezra. They want to know that on the localization agenda, relationship and trust building needs to be strengthened in order for this to work well. How best can this be addressed in the Great Lakes region? Yes, shoot your question.
Thank you. Mine is about participation. And the question goes to OPM, UNHCR, and all its implementing agencies. It has been echoed. Are refugees participating in issues that are affecting them down there? Refugee committees. This one relates well to what we handled in the morning, issues to do with gender. There are refugees who are in prison on gender-related issues just because we have left them to the refugee committee of elders to handle. Permit me give one scenario. I have a female refugee. She's in a prison for threatening violence because the man attempted to have sex with the daughter. And when she reported, they referred her back to the refugee, they call them what, committees?
Refugee welfare committees.
Exactly. And in her view, she thinks the ruling was not right. So what happened? When they went back home, she involved in a fight with the husband, whom she injured, and now she's in prison for threatening violence. So the issue of participation in regards gender. So we are talking of refugees' participation, but the issue of gender. I should have said this earlier in the morning, but I wasn't given opportunity. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to Mr. Rwanda and a comment to Dr. Benaisa. I am David Timber. Mr. Rwanda is struck by the fact that there is an organization that has gotten 56% of their budget dedicated to issues of sexual and gender-based violence in a refugee setting. And he's struck by the fact that that much resources envelope is directed to such an issue. My question is, coming from an ethnographic fieldwork in Chiaka, where I experienced firsthand in the Intamba-Biniga zone, together with Chakatwanga village, the relations of host refugee, people saying in their own words that sexual and gender-based violence is the biggest animal and the biggest elephant in the room. We really need, first and foremost, resource envelope dedicated to the software, not necessarily the hardware. And they really prioritize it. So I'm struck by the fact that Mr. Rwanda is struck. So that's the question. I want to come back to Dr. Binaisa. Dr. Binaisa gave very two powerful and insightful comments in her presentation when she reads forced migration as impaired citizenship. And then she goes on to tell us that the politically agreed container of our modern lives can be summed up in this notion of the nation state. So my comment is, if Dr. Patience Kabamba is telling us that the biggest elephant in the room is capital, I want to suggest, taking cues from Binaisa's presentation, that the real elephant here actually is the nation state. As localization agenda seems to depoliticize the response to the refugee question because it has a full embrace of the nation states, and there is no modicum of critique of the nation states. So we may end up dealing with a very small minor footnote in this wonderful text and the very complicated text called the nation state, which by and large, historically, it is an enterprise of producing permanent minorities, which will become a dispensable lot left to whom it may concern, and there will come the would-be refugees, the would-be exilees, the displaced, those whose lives really don't matter. And so I think the conference on regional migration, speaking into the future of its management, should really talk squarely about nation state and how we should have a critical distancing from embracing it as the only alternative to organize ourselves politically. Thank you.
Who remembers that? Do we remember our numbers? Who was next?
I am not among them, but I thought I would just add something.
Can we do the numbers first, please?
Just 1 minute.
1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay.
I'll be very brief. Thank you. I just wanted to add to what he's saying about sexual and gender-based violence being a very big issue. I am a magistrate, and we've seen that most of the cases that come to court are caused by sexual and gender-based violence. Giving an example of land matters, where parties are separating, family matters, economic violence, and there's so many psychological violence. Thank you.
So, Ezra, that's feedback from your presentation. I'm almost sure. I rest my case.
Thank you. Is it working? Okay. I am impressed by the presentation of Mr. Ezra. And I think I want to begin saying that you are representing OPM, and it is OPM approving which partners should work where in Uganda. And if you look at some of these things we are talking about, the localization, you did mention that one of the partners came with a budget which has an estimate of about over 50% for SGBV. What was the intention of the partner? Why do we leave such partner to go on the ground with the certification received from OPM that this is the partner that can operate in settlement A? Yet we are aware that this is not going to help our community. To me, what you started with was what was disturbing you, as somebody who has analyzed the budget. Because you were telling us that you were told to say this, but the ones you are not allowed to say made you not to take action. Now, who is supposed to take action? My problem is the issue emphasized by my chief, Your Highness, the Highness. In our place, we gave land, and honestly, I am one of the landlords in the Ajumani district. The land was given to OPM without any single coin. To my dismay, some of these decisions are taken, but you'll hardly see the landlords being engaged to understand. As a result, there has been a lot of problems between the refugee and the host community. Yet, your presentation talked about emphasizing, actually you were trying to emphasize only coexistence. My problem with the other partners in my district has been that when NGOs are allowed to work in my district, their first target is to assess the opportunity and do what they think will be at their benefit, actually at the expense of our own people down there. We have issues with the OPM. After giving land in Maji to refugee settlement, there was a very good proposal that we need health center 3 facility be put in the place. And the structure should be permanent. If you go now, even now, you will see an attempt made by MTI, recommended by OPM, that semi-permanent structure be put there. I personally objected, and we pulled the rope with my staff there in the office of OPM. So I am here saying that OPM must wake up, as UNHCR is also trying to do some other things. But our problem has been the rigid plan of the partners. They say, this is the project design. Whose project design? Where is this project design going to work? If you had a project design which is rigid, get land, take these refugees to your own land, then you implement. Let's come to a common agreement and see who is going to benefit. First of all, the intention of the Mali people or any other tribe that gave land for refugees was that after even the refugees would go back, we need to continue using the facility. Now you are denying the opportunity after the refugees. How can we continue using semi-permanent? So we need to do a lot. And we are here talking about the engagement of everybody. When UNHCR donors visited my sub-county, they told me to talk to the visitors, the donors. When I was talking about the intervention of government in terms of construction, they said, no, don't you talk about that one. Then team leader was somebody from OPM, Mr. Bafak. We pulled the rope with him. And I was about to disappoint him before the donors by saying, this is our land, take away the refugees. So let's not we are trying to sugarcoat something better. Therefore, we are asking that when we are talking about localization, everybody should be engaged. Right now, as I'm talking, you go to Maji 2 refugee settlement. There are some family members who are claimed to be practicing, I think, like witchcraft. OPM decided to bring them at the reception in a small room, about 7 or 8, sleeping. Now, what will be the fate of those people? Mothers sleeping with the children, different sex. Do you think the refugees will feel good? And we claim that we are the protection unit. We are the people who are protecting refugees. Next time, we shall see the good name of Uganda for hosting refugees will change. I therefore recommend that if we are talking about localization as an agenda, we must include all the stakeholders, including the landlords.
That's very true.
Because if you go to my district, since the landlords who gave their land, not all of them have been engaged to understand the activities taking place in the camps. On the same land they have given to the refugees. How are they going to receive back the land? That has made some suspicion said here, that tomorrow, one of the landlords will just get up and say, me, I don't want my land because the authorities are now claiming this land for themselves. Where are we going to go with the refugees? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just take one more and then? Okay, the panelists want to first answer the questions that have been put before them, before we can continue.
Thank you very much. Let me stand up a bit. I am a government agent and at the same time, a landlord in a rhino camp. That one, Ezra, you know. I gave land. I'm one of those people who took part in giving land to the refugees in the great rhino camp. I don't want to spark off a serious argument here. But the truth of the matter, my boss always says, tell the truth. The truth of the matter, it took a bit of time, my dear brothers and sisters, to give land, for our people to give land. Nobody was forced to give land for the refugees. Those of us who went to exile from West Nile, we saw what it was to be a refugee. The late Diebo, then Prime Minister, came to us. He said it was a return march. A return march. I want to say this. And indeed, my people say, if it is a return march, because of the goodness of this government, we are giving our land. Let's be frank on this matter. We are giving our land for the refugees. And giving land, you are not giving land to UNHCR. You are giving land to Uganda government, to your own government. Isn't it so? Yes. We gave land not for UNHCR. We gave land for the Republic of Uganda to host the refugees under the Pan-Africanism spirit. You can like me, you can hate me, I don't care. But I gave land. And I'm a representative of government. I'm not going to allow wrong things to be said because somebody said, my boss is around. RLP, you are very nice friends. I've worked with you in West Nile, but you have erred this time to keep us government agents out until today. Now, who will defend you? Who will defend you? Yes. OPM knows very little. I've been in a refugee area. I worked for refugees. I am born there. I am with them. Even recently, I had to go and castigate my people in a rhino camp for having fought where over 10 refugees died. These are our brothers and sisters. Somebody here said, Sudanic. We are the Sudanic tribe. Why not? I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the statement you made that we must coexist after that fight. Yes. Nobody's going to take any land. Bukura Kanumun Rajaf Beit, our land will remain, isn't it? And the developments therein will remain. The only problem with you, OPM, you like undermining. I'm here with my chairman. Yes, he's behind me here. My chairman of the district of Kiriadongo. There are times we have pulled ropes. Yes? Between us, but we are friends. Just because you do not follow. You don't, you, as he said, you like to do certain things undermining the local government. And that makes it very difficult for us to continue defending government when the actual landlords are undermined, which is true. Which is true. Somebody one time in a meeting said, I have not seen that in the law. Hey, the people gave their land. You have not seen that in the land, in the law. Did they give, when the Prime Minister was going there, were you there? You were not there. Yes, I think we're aged enough to see some of these things. From 1957, 1957, and I was in P3, when the Sudanese were running up and down. Yes, we have seen it all. You thank God some of us are alive still. We can be consultants. So when you come to Kiriadongo, look for us. Don't just bypass us, because one time we can kick you in double also. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to, ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. You know, there are so many things that need to be said, and it's the reason conferences like this are held. There are sentiments that are not said well enough, and they're not said often, and so it's easy to get stuck in a rut or it's easy to get stuck in a cycle of procedures. Like he said, where is it in the law? So please bear with us. These are some very important issues that we need to take note of, and they need to be heard. Please, let's have a working tea. I'm going to have one of the panelists answer one of the questions. I think Dignity Kwanza wants to answer one of the questions. Then we'll go to Ezra, and then the good doctor, and then Hakiza last. Then we can continue the discussion thereafter. Is Dignity Kwanza ready? Or should we go straight to Ezra? Hi.
Respond from the Tanzanian context, relationship and trust building, it needs to be strengthened, and how can we do it? How can it be best addressed in the within the Great Lake region? So quickly, I wanted to highlight that localization is just one of the solutions that is being proposed. After seeing that there's so many complaints on the burden sharing, if on the question of burden sharing, if you listen to the discussions this afternoon, you just go back to that issue that force members feel that they're carrying the most of the burden and they're not receiving enough support. So localization is just one of the proposals to see how the meager resources that can be offered from the international community are effectively used to respond to the needs of refugees, but also the needs of the host. So in terms of what can be done, I think the question was correct, that it's important to build a trust among all actors, because at least from the context where I'm working, it seems like And I think we could sense that in the discussion as well. It seems like this concept is also coming with some hidden objectives that are probably not clearly seen. But this could be because maybe it's not really responding to the needs of the local actors, as it was the example given by Ezra as well. And so the very first thing to do is one to get back to the basics. The interest is still common, and the interest is to provide effective protection to the people who have sought asylum in our countries, but also to ensure that the burden is not just carried by the countries that are physically hosting refugees. That is one. But two, it's important to have honest conversation between the local actors and the international community generally. And at this point, I think the first thing that I would suggest, and I think might work, is uh, first to listen to the local actors and what are the concerns from their perspective, and to listen to them on what they think the solutions could be. But then on the other, on the side of the local actors, I think what's really important is to be honest in this discussion, because sometimes there's a feeling that when we are in these discussions with the international community, i.e. donors, sometimes it feels like we've given a lot, and since we've given a lot, it's now time to return back to us what we have given. So we tend to sometimes come forward with unrealistic expectations, and this kind of complicates the discussion. And lastly, for the donors slash international community, I think it is highly important, very, very important, to honor the promises and agreements. Because if that doesn't, if the local community feels that whatever is being promised is not honored, the trust can never be built. So that's what I'm seeing as an opportunity to engage well in this discussion of localization. And a very important aspect of localization being engagement of refugees themselves. Sometimes it is forgotten. I'm glad to hear that Uganda, this is part and parcel of the discussion on localization. But in other places, this is quite still not being mentioned that much. So that's what I have to say for now, and probably I don't want to hold you for long.
All right.
Because we are talking about going to have children.
All right, thank you so much, Dignity Kwanza. We're now going to head straight to the panelists in order of their appearance today. And to answer the questions that have been put to them and maybe just wrap up what it is that they wanted to share with us today. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just answer very briefly. Thank you for your comments and your attention. I'm really here to learn a lot as well. The comment about participation in terms of ethics and consent for the use of people's images in projects. Yeah, I take all that consents, we sign all the forms, but obviously, you know, just because somebody gives their consent, the research has a very long life, and maybe it might appear in other contexts that they have not given consent to. So that is something always to be aware of. But really, I would, and I've spoken about this before in a different format, I'm advocating for more participation, because I think one of the issues for researchers, whether we're commissioned by academic institutions or policymakers or donors and funders, is that they tend to set the research question. And really, the research questions should be coming from the ground, because the people on the ground know what are the real issues, and they know in which way they want to prioritize them. And I'm constantly challenged, and not enough of us researchers are honest when we do ethnographic research, about the amount of hostility we meet from participants who are well-minded, but most of them are, research weary, because they can't see what the research, in what ways this research ever benefits them, and they never see the agenda changing. And even like my friend and colleague here, Ezra, just pointed out, this very skewed percentage. So you have this localization agenda, but then we're looking at the figures he showed us of 8%. I mean, that's outrageous, but it continues to happen. So that links to the other question about the nation state. Yeah, but the nation state is just one way in which we organize our societies, our families, our communities. Those are other ways we organize our societies. And they're all made up of individuals. So I think we should always hold the nation state to account, because it's doing things in our name, even if we're in situations where we think governance is not working properly. But that doesn't mean we give up on still holding them to account, because whatever they're doing in our name. And there is a need for follow-up. And one of the things that happens in these kind of environments where we learn a lot of things that we don't know is we can also think of other ways we can agitate. So I'm currently, in terms of my job, I'm based in the UK. But, in those kind of spaces, people also need to know about these kind of percentages and how they really work on the ground, that the fact that targets are set, but the localization agenda in terms of the very real thing of resources, but also what His Majesty was saying in terms of just this arrogant disregard of what real host communities, the impacts on them, and actually their voice, because they actually are the experts on their situation, constantly being ignored. Those things need to be brought to a wider audience, even if the audience is just your everyday peers. So that's my bit.
Thank you. Thank you. And I wish to thank members for the reaction. I think my job is done. Yes. My job basically was to trigger you as discussants to see how do we take the new baby affront. Refugee Law Project, I think you've gotten what you want, what you wanted. 5 years ago, the Prime Minister is here and my elders are here. How many forums of this nature did exist to discuss this kind of matter? The refugee issues were a reserve of some sects of governance and some sects of international level agencies. Now, the new approach of CRRF is saying include other stakeholders, they are the local responders. So when local responders come here and articulate their matters, to me as a representative of CRRF, I wish I could have my salary increased. When you hear the landlords come and articulate issues that are concerning their people, then you are working. Otherwise, if these platforms were not there, wouldn't be getting these issues. So to me, I welcome all the comments as positives for building a better refugee response for the country, for the region, and for the globe. Two things I'm going to pick out of the hot issue to do with land. I think the spirits of my ancestors did me a service to introduce my bosses in the house. And the bosses were able now to take it, and they feel how hot it can be. So, what I'm picking from the question of land is how do we engage the landlords, the host communities in designing of the interventions that relate to the land. I'm picking that, and I want to assure you that this is one of my takeaway. I will take it back to the level where it is supposed to be addressed. Number two, I would wish to inform this House that in the last steering group meeting, my chair said that the steering group meeting for CRRF is a house like this one that brings together representatives, the way we mentioned of them, these constituencies, the way we made a mention of them. Each of these constituencies, if I can repeat, CRRF platform, CRRF steering group, brings together representative of government right from central up to the grassroots, brings humanitarian actors, development actors, the refugees themselves, international NGOs, UN agencies, local NGOs, refugees and host communities, those direct beneficiaries, the academia who want to theorize and write a lot of theories, the media that reports here and there. We sit in the House, or they sit in the House, and talk about way forward. Last meeting, the same steering group meeting received a what we call land transformation agenda. This is a paper to do with strategies of addressing issues to do with the land. Now, the chair, who happens to be the Minister of State for Refugee and Disaster, committed that he wants to take this strategy to go and discuss it with the local people. Yes, the local representatives are always in the meeting, but he offered take it after the political period to start discussing it at the ground. What does that mean? It means that the steering group meeting accords the sensitivity that is attached to this issue. So as my boss said here, the RDC, is that if we were to say pay for this land, even if we broke into the World Bank, we may not be able to pay. So let's not develop the idea of ransom, the idea of immediate payback, but the only difference that other responders have with government is that government goes slow, but systematic and eventually reaches. So that brings me to the other question of the health centers. That the health center in one of sub-county where my boss comes from is still semi-permanent. And the perspective or the thinking was that once we open up, we are going to have permanent ones. I wish to inform this congregation that through CRRF, the Ministry of Health was mandated to develop a refugee response plan. Part of its interventions is to look at how permanent structures can replace temporary ones. The plan was adopted last year, and it was supposed to roll into implementation this year, and then in between, after the global refugee pledges that happened to solicit for financing, in April, we got into the issues of COVID. So one of the things that is supposed to be rolling out is rolling out of health response plan. And how it is going to work into this, if there is a structure being operated by an NGO, they are mandated to improve because they are giving standards and then accord this center, and it is upheld by the government, Minister of Health, facility according system. So that is work that comes with this. Then there is a question to do with that it is absurd that OPM is highlighting on issues that they are supposed to be working on. For instance, someone is saying, where should certain partners work? why are you allowing them to work? This perfection that we are looking at is not going to come in a day, but we are trying to see how do we improve this process. And us being on the way to improve the process does not hinder me or any other person to come and say, this is what we are doing. Now, for this purpose, for this matter, there is what we call e-monitoring system that OPM has put in place. Some of the actors on the ground know. It is a platform. This business of districts receiving people because they have very good cars and they have some small money to bring around and cause confusion in the area and say, I am an NGO registered by so and so. We in the e-monitoring system, all these things are well articulated. What are you going to address? Where are you going to address it? How are you linking this with local government planning? So you don't just come and throw something into the what? Into the works. The district must be aware of what you are doing, and what you are doing must be aligned to the district development plan. Because the chief provider of the services to the refugee or host community, for us, we no longer want to see that divide. It's a refugee hosting district, so it's one entity, is the district. So that is how we are moving. And then the magistrate says, yes, issues are being reported. I think here I was maybe not well quoted. I am saying we need to move from silo approach to a wider approach. Yes, you are looking at gender-based violence. Hello, who works on child violence? How about when a woman slaps the other? How do you report that? When men fight in a bar, how do we context that? So we need to put a mechanism that addresses these structural issues comprehensively, not just picking one, because there is a donor somewhere whose interests about gender issues, and then the entire world becomes gender issues alone, at the expense of other things that are actually eating the society. I think that addresses the question from David, who was talking about the same of 56. The relation, someone on the Zoom said that for it to work, relationship and trust building need to come handy. I agree entirely, and I think this is what we are trying to work out. The coordination approach of CRRF is meant to build these relationships and coordination. One, to remove duplication. Number two, to remove those kind of conflicts of space and resources. That I should have talked of what works. You cannot sit, you cannot set your own exam and then answer it. I was given a paper to present on this. It's what I did. But anyways, what I was trying to say is that it's a lot. This discussion may not end today. We can carry on and continue to engage again and again. Therefore, my prayer to Refugee Law Project, let's follow these people wherever they came from, and we take this discussion to the grassroots. They are ready to welcome us, and I think you could be ready to support them. For God and my country.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the very big problem that we have here when you talk about refugees is when we concentrate all our efforts to attack the wrong problems. That is why we always say, and I think people talk about here, whenever someone comes with solutions, who did you consult? Did you get this from the people who are affected directly? Those are a number of questions that people are talking about. I understand here, for instance, the GBV, and as also Madam Magistrate raised, may be the most important problem because it's always reported and they have these cases. But how many times do we take our time to ask ourselves, what is the cause of these GBV problems. I think we most of the time try to attack the consequences, we don't look at the causes. And when you look back, like these GBV problems, like where the refugee come from, if we talk about this domestic violence and I don't know, whatever issues that are happening in the houses, were they the problem that people are facing here? I think we need to learn to look at the issue, the pressing issues, because I believe that there are major problems that create other problems. And also, I think when you look at in Uganda context, I believe that the basic need of the refugee in Uganda are primarily economic and then social problems. And you're going to see like either the women, the husband fight in the house, when you have this case of rape and so on, they are all connected to this. I think what I learned here and what we should take home, I think we need to learn how to tackle and attack the real issues. And we can only do that if we involve the people who are affected. That's why we are calling for the promotion of the localization. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you to our online community for remaining engaged. I think most of our Zoom participants have fallen off, but allow me to close this session at this moment. A lot has been shared and a lot has been discussed. We, all of us here in this room, need to forge a way on following up all of these recommendations. But I'm going to hand the floor over back to Refugee Law Project. Thank you, our panelists. Feel free to go back to your seats and have a cup of tea. This was a huge success. I think that this was the heaviest panel that we've had in the 3 days. But thank you so much for the avenue to do this. A big round of applause to Peggy for handling that panel quite very well. And given that we are really late, without wasting time, let me invite Devota to come and give us the closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants for these 3 days, those who've been with us physically here, those who've been with us in the room, and also those who joined us virtually on YouTube, on Zoom. Thank you so much for staying with us. I have to say that most of the people stayed with us full time. And I know we went a bit over time today by an hour, but because it rained in the morning and we really had no control on that, but thank you for staying with us. The discussions have been very good, and we sort of looked at the theme of the conference was the future of refugee management in Africa's Great Lakes region. So we looked at different topics. We looked at what happened during COVID-19 and its effects on service provision. I think the first 2 weeks we were a bit stunned. We didn't know we didn't even think that would be here today. And then day 2, we looked at human trafficking, which is also an important subject, resettlement as a durable solution. Then today we looked at gender justice, localization. I have to admit that maybe the program was very heavy and we didn't have enough time to exhaust all of them. So I've got feedback from some of the participants that maybe the next one, we can do 2 things. One is to take stock of the last 4 conferences, including this one, last 3 conferences, including this one, and see how far we have come in terms of recommendations, and then also revisit some topics like for this last panel, localization. I think that topic just needs even a whole day to discuss, and we exhaust, and then we also invite other stakeholders. We can also invite host communities who are living close to refugees, and even refugees from the refugee settlements. But of course, we had wanted that, but because of COVID, we couldn't really make people travel, because most of these people, the refugees come from border districts. But I would like to say thank you so much. We've had a lot to say, and we shall compile a report, share on our website, and we shall keep engaging. So on my own behalf and also Refugee Law Project, I would declare that the closure of these 3 days conference. I just made the remarks very brief because I'm very aware about curfew and we have to navigate our journeys back home. Thank you very much. Just stay behind for logistics announcements.
Thank you, Devota. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. We have really persevered. We have had great discussions. And I really, really hope that we have a